got a quorum. So, well, good evening and welcome to this virtual meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee. It's Wednesday, May 20th, and we are about ready to start our meeting. The process will be, we'll go through our normal agenda and then we'll have our city tech rep make a few comments to everybody. So those of you that are not as up to speed with dealing with remote meeting participation can get a little instruction from Joe. So just a couple of administrative things. This meeting will be governed by Robert's Rules of Order. And as part of that process, when you are a speaker from the public, we like to have you keep your comments to 3 minutes. If you need additional time, when the city clerk will indicate when your 3-minute time is expired, just stop what you're saying and wait. And if a member of the committee is interested in having you continue, they'll make a motion and we'll grant you some additional time. So please try to watch your watch and pick your words carefully. The other thing that we will we'll be dealing with is as speakers, you're in a queue right now, and Joe Schraven, who's our expert city IT person, will be releasing you from that queue when your agenda item comes up. But Joe will be talking to you a little bit about that in a minute. So with that, why don't we have Mr. Verbeek call the roll.
Donnelly. Donnelly.
Present.
Fletcher.
Here.
Ospina.
I'm trying to unmute everybody here, but I'm.
Present.
Ospina present. Landgraf.
Present.
Landgraf present. Carter.
Present.
Carter present. Westra.
Here.
Westra present. Skidmore.
Here.
Skidmore present. Verveer.
Here.
Here. Grady.
Here.
Grady present. Chair, we have quorum.
Okay, we'll call the May 20 meeting of the Alcohol License Review Committee to order. And as I indicated just a minute ago, we'll have Joe Schraven, our city IT person, make a few comments about the virtual meeting process that we're about ready to go through. So, Joe.
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and tech facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak. The name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mr. Chair, the floor is yours.
Okay. And just to follow through on a comment that Joe made about voting, since members of the committee and the staff can see each other and members of the public cannot. So to make sure that we are voting in a way that everyone knows what's happening. I'm going to ask the city clerk to record all of our votes as having passed unanimously, unless a member of the committee chooses to vote in the negative, at which time they'll raise their hand. And at that point in time, we'll unmute all of the committee members and Mr. Verbeek will do a roll call vote. So just to repeat that, we'll assume everyone is voting in the affirmative unless you raise your hand. And at that point in time, we'll do a roll call vote with the entire committee. So members of the public can't see us raising our hand. So they need to be able to know who's voting yes and no. So they will assume everything passes unanimously unless one of you objects, and then we will do a roll call vote. So anyone listening will then be able to make a determination as to which way they voted. Okay. So first item on the agenda is approval of the April 23rd minutes of the committee. Do we have any comments or suggested changes to the minutes? I don't see anybody's hand up. Joe, do you?
So, Mr. Chair, make sure you have your panelist or your participants window open. So if you click on participants at the bottom of your Zoom window, that will bring out all the panelists, and you should see the little blue raised hand for people that are looking to be recognized.
Okay, I got two of them. There we go. Now I got to figure out which two, and they're at the top of the queue. Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Chair, I have two minor corrections on item 39, Harvey House. I believe that I seconded the motion. And on item 40, the change of licensed premises for Visions, I think that we did a roll call and that Ms. Westro and I voted no and everybody else voted aye.
Okay. Mr. Verbeek, do you have any comments about that?
I don't. Mr. Nolly, you said on 40 that you and Ms. Westra were no's and everyone else was ayes? Okay.
Okay. So Ms. Westra.
I was going to move approval.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have anyone else in the queue, so I guess we'll take your motion to approve. Do we have a second? Mr. Grady seconds. So we have a motion to approve the minutes with those modifications that Mr. Donnelly mentioned, and we have a second. So seeing no one else in the queue, all those in favor, say aye, and we will assume it's unanimous unless I see someone indicating to the contrary, and there's none. So that was a unanimous vote. Mr. Verbeek, next item on the agenda is public comment. Do we have anyone registered for general public comment?
I do not see anyone registered for general public comment.
Okay. Third item on our agenda is disclosures and recusals. And for those of you that are watching or participating in the ALRC for the first time, at the beginning of each meeting's agenda, we go through the process of asking any of the committee members if they might have a conflict with a particular item on the agenda. And we try to get those out right at the beginning of the meeting so that everyone knows when we get to that particular agenda item, a member of the committee may decide to not participate or vote on that particular item. So at this point in time, I see two hands, and they are Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On item 5, I should have caught this last month, given that the applicant has an employment relationship with the Fluno Center. Given my work with the UW System Office, it's more of a disclosure than a recusal. There's no, direct management of the Fluno Center from my end or connection to it. So just a disclosure.
That's quite the background you have there, Mr. Fletcher.
Oh, thank you. It's I think it's the New York Public Library, the Rose Reading Room there. So, yep.
I was going to ask if that maybe was a wing of your house. But okay, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one disclosure and one recusal on item 51, the bulk renewal. The recusal is for the Bartell Community Theater Foundation because I am the president of that organization. And the disclosure is that I'm a season ticket holder for Forward Madison FC.
Okay. Well, thank you. So I don't see anyone else in the queue. So those would be the only responses to the disclosure and recusal portion of the agenda. The next thing we're going to do is what's referred to as the consent agenda. And what we do at the beginning of each meeting is look at all of the items that are on the agenda. Some of those do not need committee discussion. They're more administrative in nature. So we lump them all together into something called a consent agenda. And a copy of that agenda was published, and it lists the items that are on the consent agenda. There are 23 of them. So I'm going to ask Mr. Verbeek to briefly read through the agenda item and just the short title of it. And then the committee will make a determination if any member of the committee or any of our technical staff would like to see an item removed, at which time it will come off the consent agenda and it will return to its normal spot on our agenda. Items not removed from the consent agenda will then be approved en masse when that motion is made and approved by the ALRC. Any item on the consent agenda, when it's approved, is considered approved. The committee will not take it up in its normal spot on the agenda, and any of you that are participating, waiting for an opportunity to talk, the item will have been approved unless you had signed up to speak, and then we will also pull it off the agenda and give you an opportunity to talk. So with regard to that, Mr. Verbeek, can you run through the 23 items that are on the consent agenda?
And after I'm done, I'll have a quick comment and then 2 items to add to that as well. So the proposed consent agenda for today, recommended council to grant operator license number 6, change of agents, items 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. Entity reorganizations number 30, 31, 34, 35. Public hearing new license number 49. Referral items 14, temporary class B for Madison Festivals Inc. Number 40 is for the 21 plus entertainment license, numbers 41 and 40 and 41. Public hearing new license number 47. Recommend the council to re-refer public hearing number 48. It's a public hearing new license, and recommend the council to place on file without prejudice number 37. And so my quick comment is obviously normally we don't have operator licenses nor referral items on the consent agenda, and the reason that Mr. Fitzsimmons is on there is because if you recall last month, the background check needed to be rerun. It has been rerun by the police department. They found that there's nothing on there that would have normally been flagged to go to ALRC. And so since it shouldn't have gone here, we're just gonna, it's on there to recommend to grant. And then 2 additions on this are items for referral. You may saw that Alder Rummel had recommended that we refer item 39 as a change of premise. And then the other one would be item number 45. It's a public hearing new license. This is referred from last week. The applicant contacted me and asked if we could refer it to the June meeting. Oh, and then one more thing. So the item number 37, that applicant has withdrawn his application, which is why he's recommended to place on file without prejudice. And that's all I have.
Okay. So the consent agenda would be as Mr. Verbeek read it off with the addition of Alder Rummel's 2 items, and those were items 39 and 45. And let's see, Assistant City Attorney Zilby.
I would like number 49 removed from the consent agenda, please. And a question for Mr. Verbeek. So did you say 47 is being referred?
Yeah, 47. 47 is being referred. That applicant asked to go to the June meeting.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly why, but that has both a public hearing new license and a 21+ entertainment license.
Mm-hmm.
And Assistant City Attorney Zilli, did you ask about 48 or 49? Okay. So 48 you want removed?
No, 49.
49. Okay. Okay, so then with those changes, what we'll do is have Mr. Verbeek read off what is on the consent agenda, and then we will take a motion to approve those items. So, Jim?
Sir, the public proposed consent agenda for ALRC meeting May 20th, 2020 is recommended council to grant item number 6, operator license, William Fitzsimmons. Number 15, change of agent, GD3 LLC. Number 16, change of agent, Great Dane Pub and Brewing Company. Number 17, change of agent, Speedway LLC. Number 18, change of agent, Tex Mess LLC. Number 19, change of agent, Cento Restaurant LLC. Number 20, change of agent, Quick Trip Inc. Number 21, change of agent, North Central Management Inc. Number 22, change of agent, Pallet Grill LLC. Number 23, change of agent, Atwood Restaurant LLC. Number 24, change of agent, Garver Events LLC. Number 25, change of agent, Boosie's LLC. Number 30, entity reorganization, Home Slice Inc. Number 31, entity reorganization, Shriners International. Number 34, entity reorganization, GD3 LLC. Number 35, entity reorganization, Great Dane Pub and Brewing Company. Items to refer, number 14, temporary Class B retailer license concurrent with street use permit, Madison Festivals, Inc. The event is Taste of Madison. Item number 39 is change of license premise, Moosonics LLC. Number 40, 21+ entertainment license, Mohammed Hinoui. Number 41, 21+ entertainment license, TGRM LLC. Number 45, public hearing new license, Greenview Brewing LLC. Number 47, public hearing new license, TGRM LLC. Recommend to council to re-refer public hearing number 48, public hearing new license, Servant 33 LLC, and recommend to council to place on file without prejudice. Number 37, change of license premise, Next 5 LLC.
Okay, so that is, I see Assistant City Attorney Zilliby, and where is she on the list?
Just a reminder for staff to use your raise hand feature. So make sure your participants window is open. And then on the bottom right of that, there should be a little raise hand option for you to use. That will bring you to the top of the queue, and it makes the chair a lot easier for you to find.
Okay, so Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, you are unmuted, I think.
I'm sorry if I misheard. I thought, did you just read that number 45 is on the consent agenda?
To refer.
Pardon me?
To refer.
Oh, to refer.
Had asked if we could refer it to next month's meeting.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry about that.
That's right.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue, so do we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda? Alder Revere. And,
So moved, Mr. Chair.
okay. Did you want to speak to it or were you making the motion?
No, I was making the consent motion.
Okay, and Alder Carter?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor say aye. And again, if you are a no, please raise your hand so then we can do a consent agenda. Mr. Fletcher.
Jim, I just have one quick question. Did you read 43 as being on the consent agenda to refer?
I did not.
Okay, I thought that was the other item from Alder Rummel today. I could be wrong.
She had two items that she commented on. I saw that she specifically said that item 39 should be referred. No, for 43, she said she wasn't able to do a meeting yet, but
Okay.
thing about referral in her comments.
Okay.
She is here, so I don't know if you want to ask her about it.
We can leave it if it wasn't clear. I thought it was going to be inferred, but yeah.
Okay, did you want to ask Alder Rummel to speak to that, Mr. Fletcher?
Not now. We can wait unless all the sure. Actually, go ahead, Tom. Let's just try and just quickly do it now.
Alder Rummel.
I get my picture up. Also, I can look at the agenda. Okay. So yeah, I did not ask for a referral, but I don't oppose it. I guess I didn't really tell the applicant I would ask for a referral, but so, you know, I don't feel strongly that it should be discussed, but it seems like it needs to be discussed more in the neighborhood. So that would help get it done if it were referred.
Is the applicant with us?
I do see somebody registered on that item. Yes, he is registered as here and wishing to speak on the item.
Could we just quickly confirm if the applicant's amenable to referring this? I think that would follow our typical committee process and thus wouldn't keep them hanging on until, you know, slightly later on in the day.
Okay, who's the applicant?
Actually, it looks like he registered, but I don't think he's actually connected on right yet.
Okay. We can leave it then, Jim. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so then to be clear on that item, that remains on the consent agenda?
43 was not on the consent agenda and it should not be at this point now.
Okay, all right. Okay. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so there's no one else wishing to speak. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye, and again, if you are a no, please raise your hand.
And Mr. Chair, no one needs to say aye because they're muted. So just say you'll assume a unanimous vote unless someone raises their hand. Thank you.
It's 10 years force of habit. Okay. All right. We, as is committee procedure, when we have an interpreter who's with an applicant, we move them up to the head of the agenda to take care of all of those items. First, we do have one item, which is item number 44, which has an interpreter, and that is it's a new license for Global Market LLC. Mr. Verbeek, who do we have registered for that?
We have James Young, he's the applicant, and we have Holly Chen is the interpreter.
Okay. Would you want to go through your swearing process for the interpreter?
Sure. Holly, if I can have you raise your right hand, obviously I can't verify this, but I'll trust you. If you can affirm that you'll accurately interpret English to Mandarin and Mandarin to English.
Yes.
Yeah. 哎，你好。
你好。
Yeah. 对，你是我的翻译是吗？怎么称呼你啊？
我是你的翻译，我姓陈。
哦，你好，你好，陈女士。
Yeah. Okay. We can proceed.
Okay. Holly, would you ask the applicant to tell the committee what the a little bit about their establishment, their hours, and what they're planning on doing, and why they would require a liquor license?
那江先生，你能不能跟大家讲一下你的商业是什么性质的商业？然后就是营业时间是什么？然后为什么要申请这个能够卖酒的就许可证？是用来做什么的？
我们是一个 supermarket， 然后我们的supermarket 主要是 grocery store， 然后我们里面有卖这些日常用品，然后水果啊、蔬菜啊什么的，就是一个 grocery store。我就觉得我们有个酒牌可以卖酒的话，会方便到我们的顾客。我们的营业时间基本上目前定的是早晨8点到晚上9点。
So for the most part, we are a supermarket grocery store. So we, sell daily items, fruits, vegetables. So figured that if we had an area that we could sell alcohol, that would benefit us. And our store hours right now is 8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
Maybe it's 9 to 9. Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, sorry. 9 a.m.
没有完全定，可能是 9 to 9. Yeah.
We haven't fully decided on exactly when the operating hours are, but probably 9 to 9 a.m. to p.m.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fletcher has a question.
那好，谢谢。那 Fletcher 先生有个问题要问。
好的。
Okay.
Just verifying with your food court concept, what is the relationship between the licensed premise and your food court concept as part of the grocery store?
就是想澄清一下，就是你就食品店里面想建一个就是像 food court 一样的。
对，是的。
一个范围，就是这 food court 跟你这个食品店就是有什么区别？
Food court 跟这个 grocery store 是分开来的。Food court 是各种各样不同的他们的餐馆在里面，里面大约有14个 teller， 他们可能有25、26家不同的菜品在里面，但是它跟我们 grocery store 是分开两个 part， 没有关系的。只是我们的 grocery store 建了这个 food court 去租给他们。
So the food court area is actually separate from the grocery store area. And there's actually going to be about 14 different vendors in this food court area, providing about maybe 25, 26 different types of food offerings that's going to be available in the food court. And the supermarket area, it's just it just happens to be renting that portion of the space out to the food court.
Okay. Thank you very much.
谢谢。
谢谢，谢谢你。
Thanks.
Mr. Donnelly.
There. Mr. Jiang, will people be able to consume alcohol? Where will people be able to consume alcohol that they purchase at your store?
那蒋先生问一下，在那里买到酒以后，他们是能够在哪里喝？是当场买可以当场在那里喝吗？你是打算？
不可以的。
No, they can't.
I'm sorry, where will they be able to consume it?
那他们是在哪里才能够喝？
他们必须拿回家，我们没有让他们在里面喝的，因为我们卖酒的地方是在 grocery store 的里面，所以他们的酒只能买了带回去的。至于说那个我们的那个 vendor， 如果他们有卖酒，那么他们要自己再去申请他们的酒牌，可以去卖酒的，这个跟我们是没有关系的，就跟我们的 grocery store 是没有关系的。
So with alcohol purchases, I mean, they could take it home to drink, or wherever they bring it to, just not within the premises, because the alcohol we purchase through the supermarket, that's not part of the food court vendors for them to use. If any of our vendors want to serve alcohol, they will have to go and apply for their own liquor licenses.
Does the licensed premises for this license include any food court seating space?
那就是说你这个酒照申请的范围里面有没有包括任何 food courts 那一部分的地方？
没有，我们完全是分开来的两个部分。food court 它没有延伸到我们的 grocery store 里面，我们 grocery store 有单独自己的 exit 那个 entry 跟那个我们的那个 cash checkout 跟那个美食广场是完全分开来的。
No, the supermarket area and the food court area are completely separate. They have separate entrances and everything, so they are two separate parts.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
那好，非常好，谢谢。
Alder Curry.
谢谢你。
Going to be, oh, thank you. I'm sorry. James, are you going to be at the location daily?
那你会不会本人每天都在店里？
差不多吧，不能说保证每一天都在，但基本上我都在的。
Yeah, for the most part. I mean, I can't guarantee that I will be there every single day, but for the most part, I will be there.
Okay, and you started out saying that it would be open from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. On your application, it says 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Are you, can you confirm that you will be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m.?
就申请的时候是说经营时间是早上9点到晚上9点，但刚刚说是早上8点到晚上9点，就只是想确认一下，营业时间究竟是几点？
我们的 grocery store 是9点到9点，然后只是说我们有一个卖咖啡的 coffee shop， 他们可能想会早一点，所以我刚才有说到有可能会8点，但实际上我们 grocery store open 时间是9点到9点。那可能我会让这个 coffee shop 他想早一点卖咖啡，有些早晨有人要，所以有可能他可以让他先开，这个只是这个 coffee shop 先开。所以我刚才有点 confused， 但是我的 partner 提醒我们的 supermarket 是9点到9点。
So the market itself will be operating from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's just that one of the vendors is a coffee shop. So they were hoping to have an earlier opening hour from starting at 8 a.m. But so that's why I got a little bit confused about operating hours. But the grocery store itself will be operating from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. And I think, if it gets to it, I may just allow the coffee shop to open up earlier at 8 a.m.
Okay, thank you.
好，谢谢。
谢谢。
Assistant City Attorney Zilliby.
I can't, I'm trying to tell from the diagram, but it's so tiny that I can't really tell. Did you indicate on your diagram that is submitted where the licensed premise will be?
对，因为你发过去的这个图片，就是这个店里面它那个结构的图案比较小，看的不是特别清楚。但你有没有画清楚，就是申请执照的这个酒照的范围到底是在哪里？
我问一下我的 partner， 他说的这个
Let me ask. Yeah, let me ask my partner to answer that question of yours.
对，我们有一个，我的 partner 说他已经有 mark， 就是在入口的地方right hand side， 就是在超市的入口的 right hand side 那边一个房间，就是在那个房间里面，我们是把它做成了一个liquor shop， 就是在那个房间里面，没有在外面，他应该可以看得清楚，就是在超市的入口的 right hand side 一个房间里面。
So my partner said that on the diagram, to the right hand side of the entrance, that there should be a room there that would be the alcohol section. So you should be able to see that from the diagram that you've got, that there's an area on the right hand side of the entryway.
Oh, that says liquor store?
就是上面有标酒店。
Yeah， 是的。对，
Yes,
那个就是
yes,
卖酒的，
that one.
是很小的一个房间。
Yeah, it's that one. It's pretty small. It's a very small room.
So that's the only part that will be licensed?
那就是说，这个执照只是为这个很小的空间申请的。
对，是的，就是我只是想让我的顾客，可以在那边买到一些啤酒啊，一些酒品，这样子对可能顾客会比较方便嘛。
Yeah, it's just for that area. That's because I wanted my customers to be able to purchase, some beer and some other alcohol products just for their convenience.
Will there be any other storage area, or is this liquor store the only place where there will be alcohol?
这酒有没有会储藏在其他地方，还是说就是这店里面的所有的酒都是放在这里？
如果他们允许的话，我可能会想在我们在后面，就是我的储存间，那个是在后面，我可以存放一些啤酒啊，因为主要就是啤酒它来的时候可能会比较量多，会放在后面放。如果他不允许的话，那么我们可能就唯一就用这个房间也是可以的。
If you will allow for storage for us to use the back storage area to store the alcohol, especially sometimes when beer vendors come to bring the shipment, they tend to be quite large. So if you will allow storage of alcohol in the back, that would be great. But if you won't allow it, I think I can make do with the space that's marked.
Well, I'm asking the question because we have to have the licensed premise part specifically defined on the license.
要
So
不要？也可以的，还是后面不？
对，就是要你澄清一下，因为就是这个 这个执照的话，这个卖酒执照，它上面要写的很清楚，是哪几块地方是有酒的。
哦，那如果是这样子的话，我们可以把所有的酒品都放在这个房间，别的地方就不放了。因为酒对我来说，对我们这个 grocery store 来说，只是其中一个小小的部分，只是为了方便顾客，我想拥有这个 license。最主要的，我们是一个 grocery store， 我们卖日常用品跟生鲜的蔬菜、水果，还有鱼类、肉类这种新鲜的东西，所以酒并不是我们主要要卖的东西。所以我可以把所有的酒品都放在这个房间里面，这个房间以外我们不放任何的酒品。
Yeah, so I think for alcohol, I will just have all of our alcohol products be confined to that space because alcohol sales is not a significant portion of what we sell. We mainly are focusing on daily products, fruits, vegetables, meats, grocery items of that sort. So alcohol is just kind of an added convenience for our customers. It's not, a main selling point. So I think I can just confine all of our alcohol products into that area and not other places in the store.
Okay, I mean, you can have a storage area. It's just we have to know specifically where it is so that it can be identified as part of the licensed premise.
就如果想把酒品储藏在储藏室里面也可以，但是如果要这样做的话，只是这个执照上面要写清楚而已。
OK， 因为我不知道他手上的图纸能不能看得到，我们在后面的冰箱后面还有2个房间，那个2个房间是储藏室，所以如果是允许的情况下，我可以在啤酒那对，那算了，我们就是这个房间吧，我们别的地方就不放了，就只是在这个房间。
Yeah, actually, I think we're good with just that one area for our alcohol products, and we don't need any other areas of the store to be licensed. I think we're good with just that space.
Okay, thank you.
好，谢谢。
谢谢。
Yeah, thanks.
I don't have anyone else in the queue, so we have no further questions of the applicant.
那现在没有其他人有问题要再问了。
Mr. Fleck.
Okay.
I don't have questions of the applicant. I guess I have a question of staff more so.
Okay, ask away.
Ms. Cherry, are you aware of any comments or concerns from the alder of the district, or does the police department have any concerns? First off.
就这个问题的话，就是你有没有跟你这个地区的那个 alder 有联系过，或者他有没有说有任何顾虑，或者警察局方面，你那边区域的警察有没有提出有什么顾虑？
都没有。
I have not.
都问过了，都没有。
Yeah, I haven't heard of any concerns from either of them. I've reached out to both of them.
Alder Carter.
Yeah, maybe I missed this. Just a quick. Oh, I keep forgetting to wait. Just a quick comment. Is that enough area for storage separate from where he's selling? It sounded like he said he didn't need storage. That's why I'm asking.
就再问一下，就是这个储藏室，就是这个卖酒的这个房间，这个空间够不够？因为如果没有其他的储藏的空间的话，只是卖酒的这一部分，就是同时卖酒又作为储藏室，空间够不够
我觉得应该是够的，因为我不想卖太多的酒的 item， 我只是买一些很 popular 的几个 item 就可以了。然后这个酒的东西，因为我们可以让他一个星期送个2次、3次嘛，他们 deliver 他就可以给我们一个 more offers deliver 就可以了。所以我觉得应该是够的。
Yeah, I think the space should be sufficient because I'm not, I'm only looking to carry a few of the most popular items to have on hand to sell, not looking to offer too many varieties. And then with our our liquor vendors, we'll probably just have them, make more frequent deliveries throughout the week, like 2-3 times a week or something. So that space should be fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
好，谢谢。
Say, Joe, I don't see Captain Donahue on our panelists. I know she was there initially, and Mr. Fletcher did ask if there were any comments from the police department. So do you see her on your list?
I do not. It looks like either she got kicked off or left.
I think I can answer this. So when I get applications and put them into a cell, I do send them out to the alder and the police captain. And the alder said he does not have any issues with the application, and asked Captain Corey Nelson if he had any concerns. And then he said, no, I'm fine as long as you are. And that was the end of it.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think that clarifies it, Jim. The only other question I would have, are there any other liquor stores that are in approximate distance of this location that it would be worth looking at for conditions of any sort?
另外一个问题就是在你附近有没有其他的酒店？
卖酒的店。
You mean like places that sell liquor? Or?
Yeah. So the question more so is directed at the clerk, not the applicant.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
that's okay. That's okay. We're all figuring this out.
不是问你的，搞错了，是问别人的。
I'll have to look real quick at my map I use to create our maps. It is kind of in the East Town Mall area, which is, I mean, usually our sort of standard conditions that we put on licenses tend to be more in the downtown area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of ones like Applebee's and Mod Superfast Pizza are kind of in the area, like in the near vicinity. Boulevard Lanes, I'm not seeing. We do have a Class A that's across the street. Let me see. La Hispana. Let me see. That one does not have any conditions.
Yeah, thanks. I just didn't want us to have a nearby liquor store that we had conditions that were, more generally applicable, where it would come back and we would look inconsistent unless there was a specific reason that we put conditions on that other liquor store. So thank you very much for looking, Jim.
Yeah, this is it's a grocery store. It's directly across from East Washington Avenue.
And Mr. Chair, Captain Donahue is back in the meeting, and I believe she just needs to unmute herself on her end.
Okay. And so we'll get to Captain Donahue in a minute. Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, you had your hand up, and I think you're unmuted.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is located in a shopping center where there's a Marshall's, there's a Ross Dress for Less, a Joanne Fabrics, and I think the nearest like actual liquor store would be maybe fees on Washington.
Okay,
So quite a ways away.
thank you very much.
Mhm.
And Mr. Kano Spina.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I just wanted to clarify. I think that this is not a liquor store, but it's a grocery store, right? That's my understanding from what the applicant is saying. And for what I saw in the application, it's just a grocery store that wants to sell alcohol to go.
Is that a question for the applicant?
Yeah, just to confirm so
Okay.
everybody feels
Okay.
comfortable that
Okay.
it
I just
is
want-
not a liquor store.
Okay.
I know that
Okay,
the map
yeah.
says liquor store, but
Yeah.
everything that he has said is not a liquor store.
Okay.
It's a grocery store, and I'm gonna sell a little bit of alcohol.
Yep, I just wanted to confirm because I jumped the question last time.
You
就是
did a
想
great job.
想确认一下，就是你这个店是食品店，只是说食品店里面想卖酒，而不是说是专门卖酒的店，对不对？
对，是的。
That is correct. Just a
Okay.
grocery store wanting to sell alcohol.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
好，谢谢。
谢谢你。
Thanks.
Mr. Fletcher, Captain Donahue is back online and she's unmuted. Did you want to ask her a question?
Yeah, just checking that there were no concerns from the police department regarding this application. Jim provided a brief update, I think, while you were gone or something happened. But.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw in there, I'm having some internet connection problems. If I fade away, I will dial in. I don't know if I can be unmuted if I dial in, but I apologize for that. I did not hear any concerns from Captain Nelson or the East District related to this application.
Thank you. And to Fernando's statement or question, you're exactly right. I was imprecise in the term I was using. I was just looking for any comparable Class A establishments to see if, again, to see if that we were being appropriately consistent. So thank you for clarifying that. Is there anyone else in the queue, Mr. Chair?
There is not.
I will move approval.
And Mr. Kano Espina seconds. Do we have a motion to approve the application and a second? I have no one else in the queue. I will record everyone as having voted or voted in the affirmative unless somebody puts their hand up. And I see no one doing that, so the motion passes.
那动议通过了，所以就没有人反对，所以你的申请被通过了。
谢谢你啊，陈女士。
不客气。All right, thank you.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
OK， 那好，那我挂掉了。
好的。
好 ，OK。All right. How do I?
Okay, that then takes us to our operator licenses. Item number 1 on the agenda is an operator license application for Colby Wooden. Is Mr. Wooden registered? Mr. Verbeek or Joe?
I do not see him registered.
Okay. And Joe, you don't have him on your list?
No.
Okay.
In fact, we have no one registered until item 5.
Okay. So we have no one registered for item 1. One is the, let's see, I think I'll find out here. Mr. Fletcher and Mr. Donnelly, you're both unmuted.
I would move referral unless Mr. Donnelly has another idea in mind, which he might.
I do. I'm wondering why this is back on our agenda when we denied it last month. Was this referred back to us?
It was. Alder Carter has her hand up. I said it was. Alder Carter has her hand up. I think she can provide some on this.
Yes,
Alder Carter, go ahead.
okay. Yeah, so he was going to appeal at the Common Council meeting, and I think either myself or Alder Revere referred it back to the ALRC.
Oh, okay.
Did he appear at the Common Council meeting?
I don't know if he appeared. I did not seek him out, but we did refer it back to the ALRC, which would have been the appropriate place, I think, to for him to appeal versus the Common Council meeting, since it was an operator's license.
I see.
So was on our agenda last month, denied. He was at the council meeting to appeal it, and the council referred it back to us, but he's not here this evening. So what is the committee's pleasure?
So I guess if was the applicant in, did he fully understand that this evening was going to be his opportunity for a second kind of chance at this? Jim or I guess Alder Carter?
I did send an email. I think I sent them an email initially to say data had been referred back, and then I sent him another email that I had sent all the attendees to say information on how to log into the meeting.
Thanks.
I'd sent him an email on the 14th of May that said, because I know he had expressed interest in registering the council meeting. I don't know if he was there, but I just told him that his application would be considered again at tonight's meeting, and that I would send him information in the days leading up to the meeting about how to connect.
Thanks, Jim. I think Alder Revere.
Yep, I've just opened up his mic. Alder Revere, did you, or Mr. Donnelly, or I'm sorry, Mr. Fletcher, did you want to ask Alder Revere a question?
Yeah, I think he was going to be maybe responsive to the question that I was asking earlier in terms of just did the applicant leave the meeting fully understanding that this was his opportunity to have an appeal?
Yeah, thank you. And actually, Alderperson Carter provided most of what I was going to offer to my colleagues here. My recollection is, and Alder Carter can confirm or not, I thought that this applicant actually contacted Alderperson Carter via email or phone days after our last ALRC meeting. And Alder Carter, you had indicated to me that perhaps your vote was misunderstood at the last ALRC meeting. And so it was Alder Carter that did make the motion at the relevant council meeting to refer this back to the ALRC. I do believe that the applicant did indicate to Alder Carter that he had planned to appear at the common council meeting, and whether or not he actually did register at that council meeting, I don't know, because we handled the referral of this application back to the ALRC on our common council consent motion. So there was no discussion at the council meeting. It was requested by Alder Carter as part of the consent motion to refer the application back to the ALRC. So, Mr. Bourbon says that he sent the applicant an email. Alder Carter, I don't know if you also shared that with the applicant.
I did not send him an email. I was contacted by him and some other folks. It was a group email, I guess. And then I talked to Jim about referring it, that I would be referring it back to the ALRC. So I don't know how much he understood where the appeal was going. I can't answer that, but I would like to see it referred to our next ALRC meeting. And Jim, if you, well, and if I could get a second.
Second, sorry.
You have a second.
Thank you. If it can, so I would like Jim to contact Colby and explain to him that he needs to come to the next meeting if he wants to appeal this.
Okay.
And I'm wanting to make sure everybody who's got their hand up is still wanting to speak. Mr. Kano Espina? Did you? Mr. Kano Espina? Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zilvey.
Just as a point of reference, if somebody really truly is appealing a denial of their operator's license, that appeal does go to the Common Council. In this situation, I don't know if he wants to present evidence to the ALRC of rehabilitation, something along those lines. If that's what he's doing, typically they do that at the time of application, but that is how the process is supposed to work, just for future instances if somebody wants to appeal a denial. That's all.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly?
I have no further comments.
Oh, okay. Your hand was up. Mr. Kano Espina?
I tried to speak before, but it was mute, sorry. Well, I do think that it will be beneficial to see this person again at the ARC, but I also don't want to go against law or practice. So is our attorney advising us not to do this and to send it to the actual Common Council? Because I don't want to create precedent that then it becomes bad.
Assistant City Attorney Zilvey?
I mean, it sounds like maybe this is a little bit unusual in that there was a communication with Alder Carter, and since we don't know, you know, whether in his view he maybe has some evidence that he wants to present for rehabilitation, and that maybe he didn't have the first time before the committee. So I don't think the facts are so solid that you can say, no, absolutely not. This needs to go to council. I think it would be okay. And Attorney Brist can weigh in on that if you like.
Assistant City Attorney Brist?
Attorneys, that the situation here is ambiguous and we may want to just refer it to the next, I think it wasn't unmuted. I want to say that I agree with Attorney Zilby, and if there's ambiguity, we can refer it to the next meeting.
Okay. Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, did you still have your hand up? Did you want to say something?
Sorry. Nope. I should have lowered it.
All right. So we have a motion and a second, I believe, to refer this, if I'm correct, Mr. Verbeek?
That's correct.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to refer this, and our legal counsel indicates that based on the ambiguity and the situation that would be entirely in order. So I have no one else in the queue, so I will record everyone unanimously approving that referral unless somebody puts their hand up. And no one has, so that motion passes. Okay, that takes us to item number 2, operator's license for Seth Krantz. And Joe and Jim, you both indicated we have no one registered for this.
That's correct.
Okay. Committee, Mr. Fletcher.
Jim, this is the first time we're hearing this, correct?
No, this is the second time.
I would move to place on file without prejudice.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
Second.
Okay, motion and second to place on file without prejudice. I see Mr. Fletcher. Did you want to speak to that?
Sorry. No, thank you though.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. No one else in the queue. I'll record everyone as being in the affirmative unless somebody raises their hand. And no one has, so that motion passes. Operator license for Emilio Waltrud, item number 3. And we have no one registered for item number 3.
That's correct. And this one was also referred from last month as well.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher.
Motion to place on file without prejudice.
Okay, and Mr. Donnelly.
Second.
Okay, Alder Carter, did you want to?
No, sorry.
Okay. All right. Motion and a second on item number 3. No one else in the queue. I'll record everyone as having voted in the affirmative unless someone puts their hand up, and no one is doing that. So that motion passes. Item number 4, operator license for Jesse Hernandez. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a point of information. I have a question for our tech facilitator. I think that during the training last month, you said that we shouldn't put our own hands down so that our names don't vanish off the top of the list. Should we put our own down, or should we leave them up for somebody else to put them down?
No, technically the chair or myself should be lowering them. So
okay.
Good point. Thank you.
Okay, so item number 4. We have no one registered.
No one registered. This one was also referred from last month.
Mr. Fletcher.
And Jim, just verifying for the record, we obviously, as you noted earlier with other items, we did send these folks a reminder that they should appear. Okay, I just wanted to verify. Motion to place on file without prejudice.
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second, place on file without prejudice. I have no one else in the queue, so I will record everyone as voting in the affirmative unless somebody raises their hand. They have not. Motion passes. Item 5, operator license for Amber Horst. And Joe, I think you indicated someone has registered for 5?
Yeah, Amber is registered for item number 5.
Okay. And is she online?
Amber's unmuted right now. She's
Okay.
here and unmuted.
Okay. Amber, good evening. Our process is, I'm getting some feedback.
Amber, if you're on speakerphone or something, could you turn it off?
Is that better?
Yes. Okay. Good evening. Our process at the LRC is when an applicant sends in an application, it goes through a review by the Madison Police Department, and they check the applications against a series of criteria that the ALRC has established. And if any of the criteria that are set by the ALRC conflict with an applicant's license, we then get in touch with the applicant, as the city clerk did with you, and ask you to come in and talk with us. What I'm going to do is introduce you to Captain Kelly Donahue, who's the police department representative in our meetings, the Central District Police Captain, and she's going to tell you what triggered your application to be pulled and why you were asked to come in, and then you'll have an opportunity to address the committee with regard to those items that Captain Donahue talks with you about. So, Captain Donahue. I keep trying to unmute you, and okay, I guess
Mr. Chair, just for future reference, I actually gave Captain Donahue the ability to mute and unmute herself.
Oh, okay, all right. So we were going against each other. So, Captain Donahue, are you there?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yep. Unfortunately, we're hearing you on, it sounds like 2 different devices. So we're going to mute one of these and hopefully it's the right one.
If you could mute the one with the video off.
Okay. All right. How about now? Can you say something? Nothing? Okay.
Now, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I'm still hearing an echo in the background. Do you have like another device on? Yeah, because we're getting feedback.
All right, is that better?
Yes, that is. Thank you.
Okay, I had a backup going in case I got disconnected, so
okay.
I'll do my best to stay connected here.
Okay. Yeah, and if you, I'm gonna turn your video off too. That might help with your bandwidth issues. So okay.
Thank you. Okay, hi Amber. This is Kelly Donahue. I'm the captain with the Central Police District with Madison PD. So as the chair stated, we do a background investigation for all applicants for the license that you're applying for. And we have a set of guidelines that we review, and your background investigation flagged a couple of things that met the guidelines that we look at. One of them was for a failure to list it looks like it was a domestic abuse related battery from 1996, along with a charge for issuing of a worthless check. Those didn't appear to be on your application. Moreover, my bigger concern of one of the things that came out was related to the guideline that states the following. Provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or licensed activity, any person who has been convicted of any felony, unless duly pardoned, does not qualify for an operator's license. And the items of concern that came up on your application were, I will say, started, it looks like back in the mid to late 90s with OWIs and progressing to what appears to be a 7th offense OWI in 2014. And because that does raise some concerns for someone applying for the license that you've applied for, can you just speak to those OWIs and the circumstances and what has occurred since?
Amber, you should be seeing unmute prompt on your phone.
Okay, sorry. The first two things that you listed, I didn't see those on CCAP. I gave you a full list of everything when I did apply. So I just want to make note that I just didn't see those things on CCAP. That's why they weren't listed. I was trying to be as transparent as possible with my application. And yes, I do have a very large criminal history, but I did go to prison in 2014. I did do a very intensive treatment program of 6 months. It was the earned release program. And I learned a lot about myself and possibly why I was doing all of those things. And since my release, I have been rebuilding my life and trying to live as best of a life as I possibly can. And with this license, it comes with the job that I have to perform. And that's why I had to apply for the licensing. It's not because I want to be a bartender. So I don't know where else I can go with that. I'm not actively a bartender. I am a manager of food service people, bartenders, that kind of thing. So I have to hold a license, in which I am a licensed bartender in other counties already. And I have proven in the last 3 years to be responsible doing that.
Okay, Mr. Fletcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amber, I have maybe 2 questions for you. One, could you just provide a little bit more detail for the committee on the 6 months of intensive rehab, and what does that, what sorts of activities were involved in that?
Amber, you should see a unmute prompt on your phone again.
It was, I had to really dive into my childhood, what happened to me. I had to address all of the things that happened in my childhood with my children, that as well, because I did have 2 children before I was the age of 18. And growing up so quickly, leaving my home, just addressing why instead of properly, I guess dealing with my feelings, I just suppress them with drugs, alcohol, those kinds of things, instead of, like talking to someone or, I guess looking for other people to lean on, and instead of just doing it all myself. I had the issues of asking for help, and learning how to ask other people for help. We went over a lot of my abandonment issues, and just looking at the real root of the problem instead of putting band-aids on it, what I had done for most of my life.
And the letter that you submitted from your Department of Corrections, the kind of probation officer, does the letter appears to just confirm to kind of support your application here tonight? Is that your understanding of Mr. Puckett's letter?
He is completely supportive of me. I actually have a phone call with him tomorrow to get things transferred to Dane County. We were making sure everything worked out for me here before he went through with the transfer. But he doesn't want to lose me because of how well I am with everything. He doesn't have any issues with me. We have a great rapport. He, you know, I asked him for the letter and he said absolutely. So
and then my last question, in the appended materials that you submitted along with the letter on top, I think you provided some a couple of statements for the committee's consideration. You noted that you currently hold a bartending license up in Marshfield. How long have you held that particular license for?
I've held that license since October of 2017. And then prior to that, I had a Wisconsin Rapids license in 2016.
And the Wisconsin Rapids license, did you let that lapse? I guess how long did you hold that particular license for?
I let that one lapse because I couldn't find work anymore in that town.
Okay. Okay. Well, again, thank you very much, and I do want to note that thank you for the kind of disclosures that you made as you were going through, with your paperwork as well. I do appreciate your level of, I think, diligence overall with that. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question from Alder Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Ms. Horst. I had a couple of follow-up questions, if I might. The first one is, and thank you so much for providing the letter from your PO, from your Wisconsin Department of Corrections agent. That's very helpful. I did have a follow-up about that. In particular, though, you referenced that you're being transferred or hope to be transferred in terms of your DOC supervision here to Dane County. Which obviously means that you'll be on supervision for at least some more time to come. Could you share with us what your estimated discharge date is from state supervision, please?
It is January something of 2023.
Okay, 2023. And then since you're apparently still living, I'll call it up north. I don't know if other people would consider it that. But anyway, since you're still living in the Rapids area, do you have a WSDOT occupational license that you are qualified for? Is that how you get to downtown Madison to work? Or?
I hold two addresses. I still have my apartment in Wisconsin Rapids, and I live with a coworker here in Madison. And it's biking distance, so I bike here. I'm eligible for my driver's license in January.
Okay, I see. And again, it wasn't to try to pry to catch you driving illegally. No. We don't care how you get to work. My curiosity was just if you were eligible for an occupational, that means you clearly met all requirements of the driver safety plan. Then you're saying that 6-month intensive treatment you had at Ellsworth or somewhere did comply with all aspects of your driver safety plan. Is that your understanding?
I just have to pay for the assessment fee, and that will qualify me for that, correct?
Okay, great. Well, congratulations on your treatment and rehabilitation. The last question I did have, going back to the letter from your PO, although he doesn't say it explicitly like most correspondence we ask for from DOC agents, where he says he supports your license. Obviously, that question was already asked and answered, that it's your understanding that the agent supports this license. But just to further ask, So your agent obviously does know that you're going through this application process with the city of Madison, and this is fairly recent correspondence. I noted there's no date on the letter, although it's obviously a somewhat recent letter given the names of the governor and secretary at the top of the letterhead.
Yes, it was the last in-person visit, which was in the last 3 months, because I see him every 3 months. So it was right before we weren't able to visit with anyone anymore. So
Okay, so it was just in the last few months. And
February.
And again, you've already stated that the agent is fully supportive of your city of Madison license, correct?
Correct.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm looking in the queue. I don't see anyone else who has any questions for the applicant. Do we have any discussion or motion? Alder Revere.
Thank you. I move to grant the license notwithstanding the applicant's felony record and the fact that the said record is substantially related to the license that she is applying for. So in other words, move to grant, and I'll argue in favor if I can have a second.
Let's see, Mr. Donnelly?
I am not seconding.
Okay. I don't have any.
Mr. Cano Espina is making a second motion, so a hand motion.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see him. Okay, so you see him doing it visually. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. So then let's go back to the queue. Mr. Donnelly.
Did Alder Revere want to speak to his motion first?
I do. Thank you. So thank you. Just briefly, as our past precedents has clearly been established on this committee, when we do have an applicant that is under the supervision of the Wisconsin Department of Corrections, my recollection is we almost always grant that application if it has the support of the agent. The agent obviously knows the applicant much better than we do. We all know that we have a statutory requirement on us to make a finding as to whether or not an applicant has a felony conviction that substantially relates to the position. Obviously, this applicant does. However, I think that we've established a clear record that the applicant has rehabilitated herself and clearly has the support of the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. So given that, I am comfortable granting the license and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, so I don't have to do this later, I would like to request a roll call vote for this item, please. Second, I have a question for, oh, did we lose him? A question for Assistant City Attorney Brest. It's my understanding that when we have operators license applications or applicants come before us, that there are some items or some parts of this process where our discretion is to determine whether we believe it would be in line with the health, safety, and welfare of the community to issue this license to this person. And that there are other items where our responsibility is to determine whether specific convictions are substantially related, and that our discretion does not include saying we think that they are related, but we don't think that's a problem. Can you remind us what the rules are, please?
I'm afraid I'm a little confused by your question. if there's a substantial relationship between the offense and the license, then there has to be a showing of that there's some kind of rehabilitation or they've cured the problem. I'm not sure I'm getting your question correctly.
Okay, so it is entirely possible that I understood this wrong. I thought that in the case where there was when somebody was convicted of a felony, that our discretion was to determine whether that felony was related or not, and rehabilitation was not part of the equation. That there were other reasons why someone might come before us where we would be considering rehabilitation, but that a felony the only decision is it related or is it not?
I don't think your practice has been to just flatly ban persons convicted of felonies from getting an operator's license unless there is a showing of a substantial relationship between the offense and the position here, the operator's license.
That's correct.
But going a step beyond that, I think the committee has in the past considered rehabilitation in the context of people who are convicted of felonies. But however, I haven't dealt with the committee in recent years that much, and maybe you have established some different procedures. Maybe Jennifer would like to comment.
Assistant City Attorney Zolvi.
So what the law says is that
I don't think it probably ever came up.
Yeah.
somebody is that if you have a felony conviction that substantially relates to the licensing activity, you are not entitled to the license. That's the basic premise. However, an individual is allowed to present evidence of rehabilitation. And if the committee is satisfied to that rehabilitation, then at the committee's discretion, they can grant the license. Just because they present evidence of rehabilitation doesn't mean you have to grant the license. But if they present evidence of rehabilitation, you can consider that evidence and then make your determination. So you start from the point of felony, substantially related, no license. And then if there's evidence presented, you can grant it.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I definitely had that wrong.
Did you have any other questions, Mr. Donnelly?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Then Mr. Kano Spina.
Yeah, thank you so much. As the second of the motion, it has been my practice since I have been in the committee to consider rehabilitation. And it's not that they said that they're rehabilitated, just to see the evidence of rehabilitation as part of my decision-making process if this person can be granted a license. And that was my understanding from the explanation from the attorneys, that it wasn't you have a felony and the felony is related to this and there is nothing like, boom, it's a done deal. My understanding was if the person has demonstrated treatment, therapy, years of it, or whatever the person can demonstrate with facts that they are rehabilitated, that it is up to us to see if that allows that person to have the license. So that's what I have been doing since I joined the committee.
Okay. Mr. Donnelly.
I would like the opportunity to have some more time to review some documentation from a previous revocation hearing. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion to table this item, and we can take it up again later in the meeting.
Do we have a second to Mr. Donnelly's motion? Alder Carter.
Well, don't we already have a motion
A motion to
on the
table,
table?
a motion to table can come after another motion.
All right.
The first one doesn't have to be dealt with first.
Mr. Fletcher.
I'll support tabling it. Yep. Second.
Okay. So we have a motion to table in a second, so that takes precedence. So let's have a discussion about that motion. And then we'll see where it ends up, and then we may or may not get to the original motion. So I've no one, let's see, Mr. Donway.
Sure. Speaking to my motion to table, I believe that this is an important point and one that we should get right, and that it would not behoove us to rush through. I'm not even saying we have to wait till another day, just wait till a little later in this meeting.
Mr. Kane Ospina.
My question to the motion is, if we have received the advice of council that it is okay to do this, and we have done it, and at least one occasion or multiple times, is there a benefit to make this person wait and find out other information? Or can we just vote, and if it didn't pass, it didn't pass, and if it passed, it passed, like we have done with previous applicants?
Well, I believe that we have taken the act. I believe that we've had a revocation hearing at which the finding was that a fifth OWI was substantially related and that we did not need to dig further in. I don't want to trust my memory on that. I would like to look it up. So I would appreciate if the committee would afford me the opportunity to do that. And I believe that the lack of haste of waiting a small amount of time within a single meeting will not be a significant hardship to anyone, unless our reasoning is that we don't want to follow due process, in which case we should certainly move forward as quickly as possible.
No, my reasoning is that I do remember exactly what you were talking about. And I think it was found that with that particular case, that particular person did not prove to the committee that that particular person could have the license. So I'm not trying to rush things. I'm just trying to say, what is the benefit to this applicant and to the committee on trying to wait to find that information? That's just my question. And we're gonna vote on it, and if the majority of it,
the benefit is certainty rather than an assumption based on human memory.
Okay.
Okay, I have no one else in the queue. So we have a motion to table this to provide Mr. Donnelly some opportunity to do a little bit more research. So Mr. Verbeek, since we had a request for a roll call, would you please do that?
Mr. Grady physically has his hand up. Did we get a second on that before we go to Mr. Grady? Mr. Fletcher was the second? Okay. All right. Mr. Grady, I unmuted you.
I don't have a raise my hand button, just to let you know.
Mr. Grady, if you press participants at the bottom of your screen, you'll have a pop-out on your right-hand side. Bottom right-hand corner should have a raise hand button.
I see it. Good. Thank you.
Okay, I have no one else in the queue, so we have a motion before us for the second. Mr. Verbeek, would you call the roll?
Sure. Skidmore? Aye. Skidmore, aye. Alder Revere?
Aye.
Revere, aye. Cano Espina?
No.
No. Westra?
No.
Westra, no. Donnelly?
Aye.
Donnelly, aye. Grady?
No.
Grady, no. Carter?
I is in support and no, it's not in support. Is
This
that
is the
correct?
motion to table. So aye is the table and no is to not table the item.
Aye.
Carter, aye. Fletcher?
Aye.
Fletcher, aye. That is 5 ayes, 3 noes.
Okay, the motion is tabled. Mr. Donnelly will do his research and Joe, can you communicate with our applicant to have her stand by? And then we'll move on to agenda item number 6.
Amber, I just muted you. Did you hear all that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sure, item 6 was passed on the consent agenda. We went on to item 7 now.
You are correct. I'm looking at a big CA on my number and I didn't read it right. Okay. Item number 7, operator license for Crystal Demani. Do we have a registrant?
We do not have a registrant. Let me just refresh this to make sure that nobody's registered in the short time we've discussed this. No, I do not see anyone register for. And this is the first time that we're considering this application.
Mr. Fletcher?
Move referral.
Alder Carter?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to refer to our next regularly scheduled meeting, I'm presuming?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I have no one else in the queue, so I will assume everyone is in the affirmative unless you raise your hand. Okay, the motion is referred. Takes us to item number 8, an operator license for Eloy Gonzalez. Do we have anyone registered? Mr. Burbick?
We do.
Okay.
He's currently unmuted. Mr.
Okay.
Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, have you been listening to the meeting so you know why your license was set aside and why you were asked to come in and speak to us?
I actually don't. I didn't have a clue as to why I was asked to attend the meeting.
Okay, well, as I had mentioned earlier, when operators submit licenses, the normal process for all of them is for the police department to do a review of what the applicant put on their license application. They compare that to official records that the police department has, and they also compare it to a series of criteria that the city or that the committee has established. Those criteria govern different elements of what is appropriate for an operator's license and when it is not appropriate to have one. And if there are any disconnects between what was in the application and our criteria and what the police department saw in their background check, then we get in touch with the applicant, as the city clerk did with you, and ask you to come in and talk with us. And what the normal process would be is I'm going to call on Police Captain Kelly Donahue, who is the Central District Police Captain, and she will tell you what caused your application to be set aside, and then you'll have a chance to talk to the committee about those particular issues. So Captain Donahue.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, as the chair said, there were a series of guidelines that the police department looks at for your background investigation. And there were a couple of things that met the guidelines, one of which was dangerous weapon from Jefferson County Watertown Police Department in 2010 that was not disclosed on your application. And the second item, I will read the guideline. Says, provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the circumstances of the job or the licensed activity, any person who has been convicted of or has a current charge pending for one or more offenses. And the charge that was of concern was a violent crime in Houston for deadly conduct, which is not a statute that the state of Wisconsin has. So my first question to you would be if you could explain the charge of deadly conduct as it relates to the Texas state statutes.
Yes, ma'am. It was actually because I was actually they were attempting to rob me, and I had a firearm registered to me, and since it was fired within the city limits, even on my own property, I was still charged with deadly conduct. But I was deferred for that, and I completed it. I went to a series of classes on that whole situation.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, someone was trying to rob you on your own property,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
you discharged a firearm?
Yes, ma'am. It was actually 3 people trying to rob me.
Okay, and you were convicted of a misdemeanor crime for that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you talk about when you said that it was deferred and what you did during that deferred prosecution?
I was deferred for 2 years. I took, I guess, an anger management course because within in the eyes, I guess, of state of Texas, they still consider that a big no-no, even though I was being robbed. It's a real tricky situation out there, like the whole process of that. So they felt that I handled the situation poorly, and I had to take some anger management classes because of that. But it allowed me to see things in a new light, and I was able to get a better insight on how to handle situations like that. Maybe to just, next time not fire and just maybe I was kind of put in a tough situation on that one. So I see where I was wrong in that situation for firing, but I felt my life was in danger. But I guess the state of Texas didn't see it that way.
Okay, I'm assuming that I don't know this, but I'm assuming that the state of Texas, similar to the state of Wisconsin, allows for self-defense. You said you see the mistake that you made, and you also think that the state of Texas believed that you handled that poorly. Can you elaborate on that or tell us more about that?
They felt that I shouldn't have fired, and maybe just called it in. And I, at the time, I didn't see that happening. I mean, because the 3 gentlemen were approaching me with weapons of their own, and it just, I just fired the weapon. Maybe, I mean, it was into my own car, just to like kind of in a dirt area to scare them off, and I guess that's where maybe they seen that I didn't have to fire the weapon at all. I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay. I have one more question for the time being, as it relates to the disorderly conduct with the enhancer of use of a dangerous weapon from 2010. That was not on your application, but there was a misdemeanor conviction for that. Can you talk about the circumstances of that?
Yes, ma'am. I was really young at the time, and I had got into it with these other gentlemen. And there was quite a few of them, and that one I did handle poorly, and I learned from that mistake. I was really immature, and just had no business being out there. And I do realize I did wrong. And but I'm past it though, now I learned to look the other way and just go about my business. I'm just here to work because I moved back up here about 7 months ago, and I just want to work and enough to save to go to a culinary school. So that was the whole reason me applying for this job. But
I,
yes,
I appreciate your honesty and that sometimes it can be difficult to talk about this. I appreciate your willingness to do that. Can you tell us a little bit about the circumstances of what that situation was, similar to the way that you did about the Texas incident?
yes, ma'am. Um, it was a. It began with verbal altercation with one man, and me and him got into it, and then four more just came, and they were just. I felt overwhelmed because they were just huge, and instead of me just going home and staying there, like I wanted to go back and finish it, fighting, and the weapons were just for if I really don't know. I was just wasn't thinking clear. Like I said, I was really immature and young at the time, and I do realize that I did do wrong, and I handled that situation poorly.
I don't have any further questions right now.
Alder Carter.
Yes. For the Houston incident, did you only have to take the anger management? Was there any other requirements?
No, ma'am, just the anger management.
And how long was that course? Was it 12 weeks?
It was
6
18.
weeks?
18.
It was 18 weeks?
Yeah.
And then for the other incident, you said you were young. How young were you?
I had just turned 20.
Okay. And was that here in Madison?
It was actually in Jefferson County, down in Watertown.
It was in Watertown?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have to take any courses for that?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay.
But I did after that, I did reflect on that whole situation.
And was that after the Houston
That
or
was before.
before? That was
Houston
before
one?
Houston.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in your new position that you want to get, can you tell me what you've learned from all this that will prevent this from happening again?
I've actually have like just I realized what I have to lose, and it's not worth it, especially any kind of altercation. I just really steer clear of any kind of negativity or anything that would put me in a position to where it could end badly, and just altogether I don't want any problems with anybody. I don't live like that anymore. I don't think like that. I just want to work and going about what I have to do.
If you had an unruly customer, how would you handle that?
I would just ask them to leave, and if they were refusing to leave, to call the cops.
Okay, thank you.
Additional questions of the applicant?
No, sir.
Well, I was asking the committee if they had any additional questions, and it looks like Mr. Fletcher does. So, Mr. Fletcher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just verifying for the record that the incident in Jefferson County did not have alcohol involved in the incident, nor did it occur around an establishment that sells alcohol. Is that correct?
It actually was outside. Well, I was on the street of. There was a bar around the corner, but I wasn't at the bar or anything. but it did happen within the vicinity of it.
But you weren't drinking in the bar and something happened, for instance,
No,
or
sir.
previously drinking at a bar and then something happened.
No, sir. I was actually 20 years old at the time.
And then apologies if you addressed this in your responses to Captain Donahue earlier on, but what was the reason for not disclosing the Jefferson County incident?
In the state of Texas, they have oh,
go ahead, sorry.
They have like a 7-year, like after 7 years after the incident that you don't have to disclose it. So I guess I kind of confused that for I thought it was the same up here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, if there's no one else in the queue, I would move to grant.
There isn't anyone in the queue, so we have a motion to grant. Alder Rivera.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to grant the license. Further discussion? I see none. So with that, I will assume everyone is approved in the affirmative unless you raise your hand. Mr. Donnelly.
All right, I thought I put it up before. I apologize. I wasn't able to give this item my full attention, so I abstain.
Oh, okay. All right, so Mr. Donnelly abstains, and let's see, Mr. Verbic, do you want a roll call since it was not unanimous?
I think I can just record it that Donnelly abstained. I mean, I feel like it's not too different from when we do a unanimous vote and then somebody says, please mark me as a no or something like that.
Okay.
I mean, I personally feel like I can accurately record this in the minutes.
Okay, all right. So Mr. Donnelly abstains, everyone else in the affirmative, the motion passes. Thank you. That takes us to item number 9, an operator license for Lydia Looper. And do we have a registrant, Mr. Verbic?
We do, and Lydia is here.
Okay.
She is here and Lydia is unmuted.
I'm here.
Okay. Lydia, this is Tom Landgraf, chair of the committee. Have you been listening to how we have handled some of the other operator license applications?
Yes, I have. And okay. I've been very worrisome about all of this because you have to understand.
Lydia, why don't we just let Captain Donahue explain why your license was set aside, and then you'll have ample.
I know why it was.
Okay, if you would just let Captain Donahue go through that for the record, because we need to make sure we do this consistent for everyone, and then you'll have an opportunity to comment. So, Captain Donahue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Ms. Looper. It's Kelly Donahue with the Madison Police Department. I just wanted to go over the things in your application that met some of the guidelines during the background investigation. You did disclose in your application a charge from 2018 for receiving stolen property. However, there were three city ordinance charges that were not disclosed on your application, and those were all in 2017. One was unlawful to possess an open container, which would be of some sort of alcohol. One was for damage to property. I'm sorry, the other two
were criminal damage to property. I never had.
Excuse me, Ms. Looper.
I muted Lydia while the captain is reading.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay, just to continue, the guidelines that were met were the guideline for not fully disclosing those items that I mentioned from 2017. And then the other guideline that was met was guideline 3, provided the circumstances of the offense substantially relate to the job or licensed activity. And continuing, disorderly conduct, criminal damage to property. And then the second of that same guideline is related to alcohol beverage offenses. So those were the guidelines that were met. Ms. Looper, if you just want to explain first, please, the reason for leaving those ordinance violations off of your application.
Okay, Lydia, I've unmuted you, so you might have a prompt on your screen. There we
Yeah,
go.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that I had to disclose all of that because if you can see my history record, I didn't really have any type of run-ins with the law, but so I will say my grandma did pass away in 2017 and I had a hard time coping. And that's when I started to have a lot of run-ins with the law. And I should have went to court to fight like most of them or whatever. But I didn't. And here we are. And then I mean, a lot of it was being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I did follow through because I did not commit that crime in 2018. I just agreed to it. You know, I copped out on it and I followed through with the program, and hopefully within, like they said, the next 2 years, it will be off my record. I mean, I'm not somebody that goes out and commits crimes. That's never been my agenda. I just had a really hard time when I lost my grandma and things just started happening.
So Lydia, on the 2018 charge, you did, was that
Sorry,
that
I've muted her.
thank you. Was that dismissed or first offenders, or what was the outcome of that charge in 2018?
Ms. Looper, you should have a prompt again on your screen.
Yeah, I went through the deferred program because you have no idea what happened. This person, I rode my bike over to this person's house and was helping them organize the house, and then found out I was getting charged with burglary. It was the craziest thing of my life. Seriously, I don't know what to tell you. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So what's the status?
Fortunately, I was able to get it dropped down, and all while I've had an operational license. I've managed a restaurant for 4 years before all of this chaotic stuff started happening. But I was literally, in 2018, I was literally trying to help a friend out. And because I was there, I ended up getting charged too. So I don't know if I got the best. I don't know if getting charged with receiving stolen property. From what I know is they told me if I made it through the program, it would all be dismissed.
Okay, I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So Lydia, this is Tom Landgraf, the chair of the committee again. You obviously are very passionate about making sure the committee understands what happened. And I want to make sure that you get an opportunity to speak and also have the committee members have an opportunity to speak. So I'd ask you to wait until the committee members have asked you their questions before you start to answer them. So with that, Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Lydia, just one question on my end, and apologies if you indicated this. The damage to property in 2018, were you under the influence of alcohol? Was alcohol involved at all in those incidents?
No, they weren't.
Thank you very much.
That wasn't damage to property on.
I'm just going by what's on the sheet, so I appreciate again, as Mr. Landgraf indicated, you know, your.
No, I was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Thank you.
Other questions for the applicant? I see no other questions. Do we have Mr. Fletcher?
I would move to grant, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the license. Do we have a second? Alder Carter.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve the license. Discussion on the motion. Mr. Fletcher or Alder Carter?
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Chair, you know, I think for my liking, I'm supportive overall of granting the application. I think it's in line with what the committee's approved in general terms previously for the level of incidences that are here. My primary concern, and I appreciate the applicant's perspective on the incidents. My main concern is non-disclosure of the incidents in total on the page. At some point we do indicate list all citations, and so I think that is pretty clear for all applicants. But again, I think the level of incidents here, I'm comfortable with approving the license in this instance.
Mr. Donnelly.
It's actually not about this one. I want to make sure that we don't rush on to the next item on the agenda because I have a motion after we've finished voting on this.
Oh, okay. All right, so you didn't have anything on this particular item?
Nope.
Any further discussion on this motion to approve the license? Seeing none, I will record all of you in the affirmative unless anyone raises their hand, and I don't see any. So the license is approved. So thank you very much, Lydia, and good luck on the job. Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to take up item 5 off the table.
Okay, we have a motion to take item 5 off the table. Do we have a second? Mr. Grady seconds the motion. Further discussion? Seeing none, I will record all of you in affirmative to remove the item from the table unless somebody raises their hand and they have it. So, Mr. Donnelly, the item is ready for discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have what I believe most of the committee will consider to be good news. What I had been looking at, what I know we've looked at a few times when we've discussed similar issues, is MGO 38.05 sub 4 sub B, which says that no license or permit related to alcohol beverages may, subject to Wisconsin statutes 111.321, 111.322, and 111.325, be issued under this chapter to any person who has habitually been a law offender or, and this is the key part, has been convicted of a felony unless the person has been duly pardoned. Now, when we drill into those Wisconsin statutes, there are they have to do with discrimination. The key part, I believe, is in 111.335 sub 4, which is about discrimination in licensing, and 111.335 sub 4 sub C sub 1 sub B says that the body must allow the individual to show evidence of rehabilitation and fitness to engage in the licensed activity under paragraph D. And it says, if the individual shows competent evidence of sufficient rehabilitation and fitness to perform the license activity, the licensing agency may not refuse to license the individual or bar or terminate the individual from licensing based on that conviction. So I have no concerns about voting in favor of granting the license in item 5. And I thank my fellow committee members for the opportunity to make sure that we were on the right page and doing what is our legal duty to do.
Okay, we should have a motion then on item, whoops, Mr. Kano Espina and Mr. Donnelly, I'll unmute both of you. Okay.
There's already a motion. All we have to do is vote on it. There's a motion to approve.
You're right. That's what I was gonna say. And yeah, thank you for double checking and triple checking. I appreciate that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to approve the license. I have no one else in the queue, so I will record everyone else in the affirmative unless I see a hand, and I do not. Okay, so that motion is approved. That then takes us to item 10, which is election of the committee chair. Those of you know that my term actually ended in April, and it was extended 90 days by the city council to deal with just the issues of getting new folks appointed. So I certainly can't continue to be the committee chair. So what we need to do then is figure out how we're going to handle this. And Alder Revere, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to table agenda items number 10 and 11 relating to our elections so that we can proceed with applications and then consider this at the end of our agenda, please.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly?
I wholeheartedly second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move items 10 and 11 to the end of the agenda. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Oh, you've already said aye because I don't see any hands. Okay. All right, that takes us to item, I believe item 12, which is a temporary Class B retailer license and street use permit for Wilmar neighborhood. Do we have any registrants, Mr. Burbick?
Don't believe so. Let me just refresh this again to make sure that has not changed. Items 12 and 13 are by the same group. It's both Wilmar. And no, I don't see registrations for either of those items.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher?
So I guess, Mr. Chair, there are a couple of options, right? These events are in July at the beginning and end points. I mean, this has been referred once already. You know, I don't know if the alders have thoughts. These are long-standing events in the community, However, this committee does have a typical practice of asking for folks to show up. Jim, I'm assuming we did, as you noted earlier, with other items, remind individuals to kind of show up for this meeting?
Correct. I told them after last month's meeting that they had been referred, and then I told them again a couple days ago how to register to speak on this event. And normally these events would have been on the consent agenda, but due to COVID-19 and asking for that condition last month, these items were not put on the consent agenda.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's all for now.
Alder Verveer.
Thank you. I see that the alder of the district, Alderperson Rummel, is still in this meeting. And so I was hoping that if she's able to, she could chime in on her understanding of whether or not Wilmar Neighborhood Center is planning to proceed with these events. I do recall seeing in the news media that Wilmar had made the difficult decision to cancel the 2020 Fête de Marquette. So I believe that 12 can be placed on file. What I don't recall ever hearing about, though, is what the plans were for the annual Atwood Fest, item 13. So I'm hoping Alder Rummel can confirm my understanding that Fête is canceled, and we can place that one on file and what she knows about Atwood Fest, please.
Alder Rummel?
I can't confirm it's been canceled. I don't know that I know that, so apologies, I don't know that. It does, I'm sure there's a glimmer of hope that something could be done, but it seems hard to imagine how that would be. But I haven't spoken to the organizers about it.
Okay, Alder Carter?
Yes, I move that they both be placed on file.
Okay, do we have a second to Alder Carter's motion? Mr. Grady? Are you seconding it, Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and while that was occurring, Mr. Kano Spina put his hand up, so Mr. Kano Spina?
I just put the hand on to second. Sometimes I do the second in the camera, but you don't see it, so I tried.
So it's double second.
Refer the items. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will record everybody in the affirmative, and since I have no hands raised, it is unanimous. So that takes us past 12 and 13.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
You have a couple of hands raised. You cut out for a little bit, so I think it may be useful to call that vote again and just reiterate what the motion was. Thank you.
Okay. So, Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, I think I just want to clarify that the motions were to place the items on file, not refer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Place on file, Assistant City Attorney Zellaby. Did you have your hand up?
It was the same thing. I thought the motion was to place on file.
Good thing you are watching what I'm doing. Alder Verveer, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask Alderperson Rummel quickly if she could please, between now and the June 2nd Common Council meeting, contact Gary Callis or somebody at Wilmar just to confirm what their intentions are, and then those of us that do serve on the council can take the appropriate action during our meeting on June 2nd.
I'll do that, Alder. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder Rummel, for doing that. So I have no objection to proceeding with placing these on file, and then knowing that they can be revived at the June 2nd council meeting if necessary. Thank you.
I will add that my 2 emails I sent after last month's meeting went to Beatrice and Gary, which I think were the 2 emails that were on the application.
Thank you, Jim. And like I said, I'm certain that Fed is canceled. I just don't know about Atwood Fest.
Okay, Alder Carter.
I was just gonna say that number 12 was canceled. It's been discussed on the news several times. So, but Alder Revere said the same thing. So I'm done.
All right. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll record you all in the affirmative unless I see a hand, and I don't. So 13 and 14 are taken care of. So Mr. Verbeek, I think that takes us all the way to agenda item 26. Is that what your record shows?
Yep. And we do not have anyone registered for that, but if you see in the packet, there is an explanation from Famous Dave's regarding that change. This was one that we had referred from last month because there was a 50% or greater change in the
Okay, thank you. Committee's pleasure. I have no hand up. Alder Revere.
Thank you. I move to grant.
Mr. Fletcher.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to approve the entity reorganization for Famous Dave's. Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll record you in the affirmative unless I see a hand, which I do not. Okay. Item 27.
27, 28, and 29 are very similar to the Famous Dave's one. It's, even though it's 2 Outbacks and a Bonefish Grill, it's all sort of the same umbrella group. And they also provided an explanation since last month's meeting about it just being CFO change or something like that. And there's no operational changes. It should be in your packet.
Mr. Fletcher.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would move approval of items 27, 28, and 29.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
I second. I reviewed the stuff. Looks fine.
Okay, Mr. Kano Espina.
Same thing. I was gonna second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve 27, 28, and 29. I will record everyone in the affirmative unless I see a hand, which I do not. Okay. Item 32, I believe, is our next one.
I do not see anyone registered for that item.
Okay.
They were not with us last month. This is a new one.
All right.
On the consent agenda is because they indicated that they're changing out one officer for another, and there's a total of 2, so it would be 50% change.
Okay. Committee's pleasure, Alder Carter.
I have a question. Should we refer this to our next meeting or should we place it on file? I'm torn between the two.
The practice that the committee usually has is referring it at least once before placing on file.
I didn't hear you.
I said the practice of the committee has been usually to refer once before placing on file. And this is the first.
Okay, so I move to refer.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second, refer item number 32 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no hands, I'll record everyone in the affirmative. Motion passes. Takes us to 33, which is entity reorganization for Pallet Grill LLC. Do we have anyone registered, Mr. Verbeek?
We do not. Same situation. It was a one-person switch. They indicated that, actually they indicated there's only one member of the organization, and so it's a one-person switch to one person.
Okay. Mr. Kano Espina?
And this is the first time that they come before us, correct?
That's correct.
Move to referral to the next meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to refer item 33 to our next regularly scheduled meeting. Seeing no hands, I will record everyone in the affirmative, and 33 passes.
I'm sorry, was that Fletcher made the motion and Ken Ospino seconded it? Okay.
Item 36.
Sorry, it was the other way around. Kano Spino moved it and Fletcher second.
Gotcha.
Item number 36, second request to extend license issuance beyond 180-day limit for small chains doing business as the Muska Lounge.
Yep, it's Chad Vogel, and he is here.
Okay. So Chad, why don't you tell the committee what's up with your license issuance and see if there are any questions.
Can you guys hear me? Yep. Okay. Yeah, we our construction kind of stopped there for a little while. So we were kind of on pace to get it done by April, and now we're looking more towards to pass inspections around the 15th of June. Obviously, we can't open a bar right now anyway, so that's kind of where we're at there.
Okay, I've got a couple questions for you, Mr. King, Spina, and then Mr. Donnelly.
Actually, I didn't have a question. I thought this was an easy thing to grant the extra days. So if there's other questions, I can wait for my motion, but I was gonna move to grant.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly. Okay, we have a motion and a second to grant the extension for Muska Lounge. Let's see, I have no hands, so we'll record everyone in the affirmative, and the motion is approved.
Thank you.
Item number 38, do we have anyone registered for that?
We have 2 people registered. I think only one of them is here. It should be Matt Girding.
Matt, are you online?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so we can hear you. So why don't you tell the committee what you've got in mind for your change in license premise, and we'll see if there are any questions.
Sure. And I'm one of the presidents and owners of Frank Productions FPC Live. I also have Steve Renfro here. He's our director of bar operations as well, and he can probably answer some of these questions with a little bit more clarity. But essentially, on Labor Day, a single day, we were asking for an extension of premises to allow for us to essentially serve alcohol in the parking lot that's adjacent to the High Noon Saloon. For just the single day, we have an outdoor event that we would like to do. It's a festival type event called the Great Midwestern Hootenanny. So it's a single day request for Labor Day.
Okay, thank you. Questions, Mr. Kano Espina?
Hi, and my memory may be wrong with all these things with COVID. Didn't we have this item last time and we approved it? Or was it a similar item?
It was referred.
It was referred because we needed either the agent or a corporate officer here, which we now have. So
Got it. I understand. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
no worries. Mr. Girding or Mr. Renfro, since this is for Labor Day, specifying the holiday rather than the date, this means in perpetuity for all future Labor Days?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Which I don't have concerns about. You've done events like this before without issue.
Correct.
There's no other people with questions I could move to approve, but I don't want to jump the gun.
I don't have anybody, so I'll take that as a motion in a second to approve. And I have no one else in the queue, so I'll record everyone in the affirmative. Motion passes. Okay. Takes us then to item 42, Mr. Verbeek.
Yeah, that's what I have as well. Let's see. We do have registration. It is
There's nobody here by that name.
Amy. Yeah. Yeah, we have a registration, but nobody here on the panel or on the list of attendees.
She listed not wishing to speak.
Is she related to the?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is actually, this is 42 is also this, it goes along with item 50. And I think it might be Matthew who is in the room. Yeah.
Okay, so
Matthew is unmuted.
okay. Good evening, Matthew. We're on to your agenda item 42, and while you're up there, why don't you talk to? Well, let's see. Let's do 42 first as a separate item. So why don't you tell the committee what you have involved, or what you have in mind with that license?
So I'm taking over the Mason Lounge at 416 South Park. We're just looking to have the entertainment license for a couple nights of jazz, acoustic music, this and that. Few nights a week. Nothing that would go past 11. You know, simple, non-competitive events. Just kind of entertainment to go along with the bar environment.
All right. Thank you for that. I have a question from Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't even know if we could take up this before item 50 because we couldn't issue an entertainment license for something that doesn't have an alcohol license. And it really does make sense to do both of them at once since this is a new business that's going to be, I assume, functionally identical to the old one.
You raise a good point. So then if everyone is in agreement with that, why don't we take 50 as well? So Matt, why don't we talk about your new license and tell us a little bit about your taking over and what your plans are at the establishment.
Yeah, I've been there 10 years, which is essentially the duration of the Mason Lounge existence. I don't know that it matters. That name on the screen is incorrect, the last name, but basically continuing business as is. I'd potentially thought about opening up Sundays for an afternoon, and it would be no later than till midnight, if not even earlier closing, which would be the only real change. The existing license is already licensed for that. We just weren't open Sundays. And I don't know, I've talked with Midtown PD, Captain Freeman, and Alder Evers and the neighborhood association several times, and they're on board with everything. There's really, I don't think anything major changes that aren't COVID related.
Okay. Questions of the applicant?
Yeah, I think I've still got my mic on. So are you comfortable pulling forward all of the conditions of the current license?
Pulling forward, how do you mean? Just keeping them as are? Is that what you mean?
Exactly as is.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no intention of staying open later. I kind of like that about our business, which I think would be the only one that would really be like a thing. I think it's licensed to close at 1.
Let's see, 90 minutes prior to bar time. So I think it would be 12:30 on Sunday through Thursday and 1 on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah. Yep. That's where we're at.
Or I guess, and then on New Year's Eve, not having to close it all because you can't have 90 minutes earlier than nothing.
Right.
Weird case.
We don't like being open all night on New Year's Eve. In the neighborhood, that we've never been that type of establishment. I mean, we've always tried to push people, not push, we just don't have a clientele that rushes in there at the end of the night to get their last round.
Sure. Well, and you've consistently had a very supportive neighborhood that likes having you there. So
seemingly.
I don't see any other hands up. I move to approve the items, or I forgot what the first one was.
42.
Thank you.
42 and 50.
42 and 50 with all of the existing conditions from the current license.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. It's for both items 42 and 50, and it will continue the current conditions that are on the existing license. I see no hands raised, so I'll record everyone in the affirmative. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 43, 21 plus entertainment for Ohio Tavern.
We do have a registrant, Josh. And he is here.
Okay.
Josh, you might have a prompt on your screen to unmute yourself.
Can you hear us, Josh?
I've unmuted him on our end.
Josh? Well, and your screen shows that he's online.
Yes.
So he's there, but he's probably yelling into his phone right as we speak. So, Mr. Donnelly.
I saw the icon flash off for a second, come back on. So I'm guessing that he hit it twice or something. You might want to try doing the same thing again.
Yeah, I've been unmuting him and multiple times. Josh, if you're able to exit and call back in, that might be helpful. Looks like he's trying to do that.
Okay. Is that a fast process, or should we take a motion to move on to the next item?
It shouldn't take too long.
Okay.
Maybe a minute tops. I suppose maybe we should move on.
All right. Okay, well, given our technical difficulties, Mr. Kano Spina. Okay.
Move to place on the table.
Okay. Motion to place item 43 on the table until we get the technical difficulties taken care of. Alder Carter.
Second.
Sorry, guys, he just popped up again.
Of course that would happen. Okay.
I've unmuted you on our end, and you should be unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hey, we can hear you.
I'm really bad at this kind of thing. I'm super sorry, everyone.
Well, hey, Josh, I'm not much better. Why don't you tell the committee what you've got for your entertainment?
So essentially, this application is because I didn't do my due diligence for 2.5 years, and I thought I had. We have had low-key music every Tuesday and Thursday from about 6 to 7, 7 to 9 p.m., nothing really later than that. We also have karaoke, which is pretty well known on Saturday nights, which usually goes from about 8 o'clock until 1:30 in the morning or earlier, depending on the population in the bar. It is just simply to allow that to continue to happen. Obviously, with the COVID situation, I have no idea what's going to actually happen with entertainment. But aside from that, nothing is actually changing. It's jazz, it's bluegrass, it's low key, it's not amplified outside. We've never had a complaint, and it doesn't go late. So that's where I'm at.
Okay, thanks. Questions of the applicant? No questions. Mr. Cano Espina.
Well, thank you for coming forward and trying to do it the correct way, getting the license. So you said that you don't have any problems or you have never had any issues with the entertainment. Can you repeat again the hours and the days that you do this entertainment?
Before the COVID situation, which is obviously going to very much affect us because we have such a low capacity, we had music from 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock every Tuesday and Thursday, which was always a form of blues or jazz. It was not amplified outside. There were no doors open. And then on Saturday, we have a very popular karaoke, which has happened since we've been open. And before it was another owner had the bar. That starts at 8 o'clock, and typically at the very latest, it goes till 1:30. It's usually done at about 12:30. But again, no windows are open. We've never had a complaint as far as I know. Yeah, that's it. Nothing additional to that outside of special events that we might apply for. It's Tuesday, Thursday, 7-9, Saturday, 8 o'clock to at the absolute latest 1:30, but probably 12:30 every time.
And so is your application saying that those are the days that you will have entertainment, or you're hoping to have entertainment anytime?
Off the top of my head, I don't actually recall what the application asked for. If it asked for something that specific, that's exactly what I filled out. But I may not have put something that specific if that is not what it asked for.
Okay, and then can I ask I don't know if anybody else has questions of the applicant. I was gonna ask the police department if they had any calls for services here or any concerns.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Josh said that he spoke to Captain Friedman, who was supportive.
That is right after applying. I've talked to Captain Freeman about a few things. Yes, we recently also applied for outdoor seating, so about that too. And I've had no pushback, no objection, and no reports of any disturbance calls or anything.
I can double check quickly if you give me a minute on calls for service, but considering that Captain Friedman sat on this committee prior to me and had an opportunity to weigh in and has not, I trust that what Josh is saying is accurate, and I don't know of any issues.
Yeah, this it doesn't come to my mind that this place was a problem, but I just wanted to double check. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Fletcher?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Josh, a quick question for you. Did it just kind of, how over the last couple of years, you said you've been running entertainment and you just, it kind of slipped your mind to apply, or did you have an entertainment license at one point? What was the situation?
Truth be told, and this, like, I will eat this. It was absolutely my mistake the entire time. But when I kind of got into this bar, entertainment license to me meant that you were charging at the door. There was events that were specific. There was amplified music that would affect the surrounding area. And I never looked into it beyond that. The reason why this popped up is because when we applied for outdoor seating, which we were approved for, but now we have to go to the zoning department for a change or an conditional use for the area that we're going to use it. They had actually brought up, well, if you do these things, even if they're inside, you need this license. And I just never looked into it. I had never been told to look into it. Outside of, if I had, I definitely didn't like listen or register it. And that's exactly when I started this process to try to get this license.
And is your karaoke more along the lines of like DJ karaoke versus regular karaoke, which wouldn't necessarily require an entertainment license?
I guess
the other things as well.
But the difference, there is no live band. It is the DJ doing the karaoke.
Okay.
Outside of that, I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I think you answered the question in terms of the individuals compensated potentially.
Yes, they are an independent contractor for sure.
And then just for the sake of it, don't think it's a problem for your establishment. You had a very succinct statement, shall we say, on your underage drinking and fake ID plan, which was don't serve minors, which is just for the record. What is the establishment's kind of drinking and underage drinking and fake ID? So some actions that you would take if that were the case?
To be very blunt, I have a lot of trouble answering those kinds of questions because I've been doing this for a very long time. And where we're located, the neighborhood that we're located in, we don't have that as high of a risk of like underage drinkers trying to come in and drink. It's a family establishment, so there aren't people eating during the day, during the evening and whatnot. And we are very vigilant that like children and minors, even if they're accompanied by an adult, no matter what the law is, are not allowed to be in the bar at the evenings. And we're just extremely vigilant about that. It's a small crew. They're all friends of mine. They're all people I trust. And there is no written procedure, but it is very, very, very stated how we deal with that. We've never had a problem with it. We've never had any confusion with it. And I expect that it will continue to be that way.
Cool, and I definitely didn't think that there was at all. Just wanted to get it kind of on the record, a little bit more elaboration.
Absolutely, I understand
the shortness of the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to see if Alder Rimmel has any questions, comments, or concerns.
Alder Rimmel.
Hi. I sent you the note asking for a referral about Cafe Coda, and I thought you always want to know what alders think, so I thought I would just tell you that I'd not really been able to do what I would like to do for a neighborhood meeting when someone applies for an e-license. So that was basically my intent for communicating on that piece. I had not heard any complaints. People love the Ohio Tavern to go and hang out and eat tacos and I didn't know about the music not being legal and had heard no complaints. So my raising it was not in opposition. It was more just to communicate that I had no real information to share from the neighborhood about this. And I support it. If the ALRC supports it, I certainly see no reason that it shouldn't go forward. And it's a small establishment, only 49 people. I mean, I'm glad that Josh and the other owners have realized that they need to, that they stepped up, as one of the other commissioners mentioned, and applied for the license. So that's really good.
Okay, thank you, Alder Rimmel. Mr. Donnelly, did you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. if there are no further questions, I would move to grant given Alderperson Rummel's statement.
I have Mr. Cano Espina. Fernando, did you have, oops, do you have a comment? I'm trying to unmute you. There you go. Okay.
No, I was gonna second Alder Reviere's motion.
Okay.
Does look like Captain Donahue has her hand physically up.
Yeah. All right. Captain Donahue.
Thanks. I think my ability to raise my hand when I was given free muting was removed. I just wanted to, for the record, clarify that it would have been Captain Nelson. I just communicated with him. He says that he is not aware of many issues and has no concerns.
Thank you for checking.
Okay, Mr. Grady, did you have a question?
No, I was going to second it.
Okay. So we're back to Mr. Donnelly. Did you have a question? No? Okay. So then I have no further questions. Do we have a motion in a second?
Yeah. Didn't
I'll
Mike
move to grant again if you need it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear it. Or maybe I did. So you made the motion, Mike?
Yes, I move to grant, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and who seconded it, Mr. Verder?
Fernando.
Fernando, okay, all right, got it. Okay, a motion and a second to approve the 21+ entertainment license for a higher tavern. I have no one's hand up, so I will record you all in the affirmative. So the motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I believe that takes us to 46, Mr. Rubik.
I believe you're right. Hold on, my my registration thing just crashed on me.
There's no registrants for 46. Oh, excuse me. Yes, there is.
I think there is.
Yeah, 46 is Mike Wang, and he's here. Do you want me to unmute him?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike, you should be unmuted.
Yeah, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool.
So thanks for waiting. And why don't you take just a minute and tell the committee what you've got in mind at your establishment.
Okay, first of all, I just have a quick update for change we've made from our initial application. So that is, we decide to switch from a combination B, liquor and beer, to the Class B beer and wine. So the new establishment, I think, is located at 904 Village Street. We're committed to not only like serve good food, just like my another establishment located at the same street, but at the same time, we want to deliver some culture, especially the tea culture. Yeah, that's pretty much about it.
Okay, thank you. Questions of the applicant? I don't see anybody in the queue. Alder Revere. And then Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you. I just want to confirm with the applicant. So you're now requesting simply a Class B beer, Class C wine license? You do not
Yes.
wish to serve spirits?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Fletcher.
I don't have a question for the applicant, but Jim, with being in the former Fuegos location, were there any conditions at this particular location before?
Let me look that up.
Thank you.
Fuegos had 7 conditions. No, must be the definition of restaurant. No alcohol sales after 10 on Sunday through Thursday, 11 p.m. Outdoor patio close time is 7 p.m. Sunday through Thursday, 10 p.m. Friday through Saturday. Outdoor patio capacity is 12. No outdoor music, no amplified music, and no 24-hour production of food or use of exhaust hoods.
Thank you. And then I did want to hear from Alder Rommel in terms of feedback or comments that she might have.
Hi again. I had no concerns with this license. I treated it since there'd been a license in this location before, and it was basically a restaurant, and this was the same. I did not have a neighborhood meeting about it. Of course, my neighborhood would like that I have a neighborhood meeting about every license, so I'm sure I disappointed some, but I have no concerns and I support the license. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all my questions.
Mr. Kano Spina?
Jim, could you repeat the last two restrictions or?
Yeah, so the condition 6 was no amplified music, and condition 7 was no 24-hour production of food or use of exhaust hoods.
What is exhaust, like what is the last part of that? What is exhaust hood? Like what is that?
Exhaust hoods?
Yeah, what is that?
I have no idea. Mr. Donnelly's waving his hand, so I'm guessing he probably knows.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Who was waving their hand?
Mr. Donnelly.
I can solve this mystery. There had been a restaurant, I believe, across the street from this, that was using the restaurant as a food production facility for the restaurant and for offsite use. And neighbors were very concerned about noise, but also the smoke and the smells, and asked for these conditions to be put in. The owner of Fuego was quite confused, and once they understood the conditions, said, okay, fine, that will have no effect on us whatsoever. I strongly suspect that the same is the case here.
So my question will be, is that something that we want to keep? Because I know that we like to kind of clean conditions in licenses. So is that something that we want to keep, even though it may not actually affect this restaurant, that there is no overnight production? Like, I don't want to have a condition just because. Well, I guess I can ask the applicant, are you planning to have a restaurant cook food 24/7?
No.
And the food that you cook doesn't need a exhaust hood, which I don't know what it is, but you may know as a restaurant owner.
I think we're not gonna open 24 hours, that's for sure. I think for the exhaust, I don't know what exactly it is, but I think it's maybe talking about the hood system. We're only gonna use it during our business hour, or for some preparation before our business hour, but it's definitely not gonna be 24 hours for sure.
Okay. So to the committee, and I think some of the elders may know better, would it be beneficial to remove that condition from this? To keep everything else sounded perfect, and I guess we can ask the applicant if he's okay with all the other conditions.
I think for one of the conditions it says 12 people, but when I attend the community neighborhood meeting, I do put more people, and for the offset seating, I think I got approved. So I think this condition may need to be changed because I think it's probably going to hold more than 12 people. I would
And
see
outside?
maybe one. Yeah, outside.
Okay, so I don't know. Well, we can talk about that other condition in a second, but just I guess for the other members of the committee, you feel that there is a need to have the the 24-hour thing?
Are you asking me or?
Nope, to the
Okay.
other members of the committee, if anybody has any opinions on that.
Well, let's see, Alder Carter has her hand up.
Well, yeah, I agree that it probably doesn't need to be there. It sounds like this was unique to that one restaurant. And I have another question for the applicant. So you can circle back to me if you want.
Okay.
Alder Revere?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the general premise that we should clean up old conditions on licenses. So I don't necessarily think that they each need to be transferred. But since we are fortunate to have Alderperson Rummel still with us in the meeting as the alder of the district, I wanted to allow her to give her input, not only about this condition, but all of the series of conditions that were placed on Fugo's license several years ago now.
I think Mr. Donnelly captured the moment in time that those conditions grew out of, which was, you know, some general concerns about another license, and that was a brand new restaurant and brand new. So, you know, I certainly don't. I think the last one doesn't really make sense if they're only going to be not even open 24 hours. So why would we have that condition? But so I agree that you should certainly clean it up. And when I glanced at their license, it doesn't look like they're open past 9. If 2100 hours, I think is 9, right?
It is.
So, you know, I think that's fine. I think the neighborhood really likes it. If a restaurant is a restaurant, it doesn't turn into a bar, and that sounds like exactly what's going to happen here. So I don't remember the piece about the patio. I didn't quite catch all Mike's comments. So I was starting to go dig into the last license, but I got called on, so I stopped. But I don't remember the size of the patio, and are they asking for a license for the patio? I don't recall. I mean, in general, I think it's good to clean up what makes sense and deal with the situation that's before.
Okay, Ms. Westra.
I was just going to say that I agree that we should remove that condition. That condition was at a very heated period of time in that neighborhood. And that unfortunately Fuego's paid the price with that condition for something they didn't do. I wouldn't want to see that condition to keep going on to any other restaurants in the neighborhood or in this spot in the future.
Okay. Thank you. So we're back then to Alder Carter. Did you have a different question?
Actually, my second question was answered. So thank you very much.
Okay, so let's see, we're back to Alder Revere and to Mr. Cano Espina.
Thank you. So on the question of the outside patio, Alderperson Rummel asked if they had applied for that, and indeed they do include that in their written description of the licensed premise as outside area. So if I could ask the applicant and Alderperson Rummel to allow us to understand more about that. I guess specifically to the applicant, I had heard him testify that he apparently appeared at the Marquette Neighborhood Association board meeting or Preservation and Development Committee meeting recently, and they seemed to support a capacity that was greater than 1 dozen outside. Is that what I heard you say, sir?
Yes, I did. I think I don't know what meeting I participate for, but it's in the neighborhood. I think I went there April. So during the meeting, I do brought that we probably gonna put more customer in the outside seating patio. I think I get their support for it.
I saw that the chair of the MNA Preservation Development Committee was in our meeting earlier. Jack here, but he's not the
Yeah, I went to, I don't know, because it looks like there's multiple meeting, but I went the one is the first meeting I went. I don't know what is the meeting called, but that's the meeting I went. It's at the Jennifer Street. There's like a church.
Yeah, the Wilmar Neighborhood Center.
Yeah.
Mhm. And so you had asked again for what capacity outside?
I don't remember. I think I paid maybe 15 or 20, but it's been a long time ago. I don't exactly remember the exact number.
So on your application, sir, you requested 20 outside.
Yes, I think so.
Okay, and so when you shared that with MNA, they supported 20?
Yes, I think so, but I don't remember that clearly. But I think it's definitely more than 12, maybe 15.
Okay, and while I have you, before we go back to Alderperson Rummel, did you understand each of the various conditions that were read earlier that were on the previous alcohol license there?
I don't know, because I think what I'm apply is a new license. I have no idea about those conditions until you tell me. Yeah.
So you're applying for a brand new license, so they will only continue if that's part of our decision-making process here.
Okay.
So that's why we're asking you now if you understood those, but it sounds like you didn't hear them all. So I think we should at the appropriate time go through one by one with you each of those conditions, and if you have concerns. So for example,
I think that would be great.
As Alderperson Rummel said, in your application, you say you plan to close at 9 o'clock every night of the week. But so if we put a condition as to what time you have to stop serving alcohol, you'd have to come back to our committee to change that condition. So one of the clear questions would be, do you have any concern with us restricting your alcohol service after 9 p.m. to a certain time?
No, I don't have any issue for this.
So you're quite sure that you'll be closing that early every night of the week?
Yes, I think for Friday and Saturday we're gonna be closed at 10, but I'm not gonna serve a beer and a wine after 9.
Okay. Thank you. And then again, Mr. Chair, it's up to your discretion if you wish to have Mr. Verbic go through each of the current conditions with the applicant, or if someone else wants to volunteer to do that if we want to.
Well, are you looking at them right now?
I do not have them pulled up, no.
Okay. Jim, do you?
I do. So condition 1, the establishment must meet the definition of a restaurant per MGO 38.02 at all times. Condition 2, no alcohol.
Let's do it one at a time. Mr. Wang, do you understand that condition?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Condition 2, no alcohol sales after 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday through Saturday.
Yes, I understand that.
Now, condition number 3, outdoor patio closing time is 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 10 p.m. Friday through Saturday.
Yes.
Condition 4, outdoor patio capacity of 12.
I think we may put like 15 to 20 people in outside seating. I think it's definitely can hold more than 12 people. Yeah, because we are buying some chair. I think we're buying like 20 chairs. So this thing, I think, may need to be changed.
Condition number 5, no outdoor music.
Yes.
And condition number 6, no amplified music.
Yes.
Okay, and those are all the conditions?
That's it. The other one was the hood one, the 24-hour food production one that the committee said that they're not interested in.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you for reviewing all those for us, Jim, and the applicant. Could I then ask, Mr. Chair, if the alder of the district wants to add anything further, particularly on what her recommendation to us is about the patio capacity, if representations are correct, that M&A was comfortable with 20 persons.
Alder Rummel?
I didn't attend the meeting that Mike was at, so and they didn't send you a letter, which doesn't seem like their normal practice. So, it's hard to verify what was said at a meeting, but I think 20 doesn't seem unreasonable. And also, I guess the one thing I would question is the second condition where the alcohol sales exceed what the applicant is asking for. And I would like you to kind of look at that a little more. I mean, if they really wanted to be open later, that's not what they asked for. So I think, assuming 10 o'clock seems fine, but I wouldn't want to just give them more than they asked for just because it was in the previous license. And the closing time, yeah, I think that's good. Closing Sunday through Thursday at 9, and again, they're not open past 10, so maybe it's every day till 10 unless they ask for different hours. Or every day at 9 unless they ask for a different hours.
Thank you, Alder Rummel.
Did you have anything more, Alder?
No, I'll yield for now. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kano Spina?
Yeah, if there is nobody else in the queue, I wanted to make a motion to approve with the conditions that that the city clerk read, with the change of no alcohol sales after 9 p.m. Like the elder is requesting and the owner is requesting, and increasing the capacity of the patio to 20.
Okay. Do we have a second for Mr. Kano Spina's motion? Mr. Grady seconds the motion. So all of the conditions that were on, with the exception of the hood and the 24 hours and alcohol at 9 and a patio, alcohol stops at 9 and the patio is up to 20.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Alder, let's see. Alder Rummel, did I see you putting your hand up here?
Heard that also the patio would close at 9, because I think you got that clarified, but I want to make sure, because when the first go around, Fernando didn't say that. So the alcohol, it sells inside till 9, and then out, the patio would close at 9. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And did we get a second on that motion?
Yeah, Mr. Grady seconded.
Mr. Grady, yep. Okay, great. All right. I have no one else in the queue. Seeing that to be the case, we'll assume everyone approves this in the affirmative. If you don't, put your hand up. Okay, motion is approved. Thank you, Mr. Wang. The applicant.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, takes us to item 49, new license for Don Beto Groceries LLC. Do we have a registrant?
He did register, but there's nobody else here. That was the last one that was here. I will say that looking at this application, it's the same person who currently operates it. He's currently doing it as a sole proprietor. This one appears to be registering as an LLC. It's the same person's a sole member LLC. He's also the liquor beer agent. And this place currently has no conditions on the license.
Okay. What's the committee's pleasure? Mr. Kano Spina?
Hello?
Yep, yeah. You're unmuted.
Just to try to understand what you just said, Jim.
Sure.
this person already operates this place and has no conditions, and the only thing that is doing is changing from being a single owner to a licensed corporation?
That's what it appears. The LLC is just him, and he right now is a sole proprietor holding the license. The premise on the application is verbatim what it is on his current license, that he operates as a sole proprietor.
Is this the one that was removed by our city attorney?
That's correct.
Okay, I will let her. Okay.
Assistant City Attorney Zilliby.
At the time I asked for that, I didn't know that he currently had a license and that all he was doing was changing from a sole proprietorship to an LLC. Because I thought it was a brand new license application.
Okay, let's see, who else do we have in the queue? Mr. Donnelly.
My question has effectively been answered.
Okay. Did you have anything more, Ms. Zilliby? Did you have anything more, Jennifer?
No, other than had I known that, I probably would not have asked to have it removed from the consent agenda.
Okay. All right, we're back to you, Mr. Kano Spina.
Based on that information, I will move to approve.
And Mr. Grady seconds. So, and I believe you said there were no conditions, Mr. Verbeek?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, we have a motion and a second to approve the license. Seeing no one with their hand up, I'll record you as affirmative, and motion passes. So that then takes us to item 51. Grant Class A liquor, Class A beer, Class B beer, Class B combination liquor and beer, Class C wine, wholesale beer, 2021 license renewals with restrictions as previously approved, and to include any change of corporate structure and amended conditions as set forth in the report. So, Assistant City Attorney Zilliby. Why can't I unmute you?
Mr. Chair, are you trying to unmute? There you go.
I think Mr. Verbeek has a list to refer to a separation hearing as well. Do you want me to go ahead and list off the ones that I would like separated?
That makes sense.
M&M Madison Concessions, which is Howard Johnson's on East Washington Avenue. Hoops of Dane County Incorporated, doing business as North of the Bayou. Ring Roadie LLC, doing business as Joe Beck's. TC Visions Inc., doing business as Visions. Summit Station Incorporated, doing business as Bennett's. And also with Visions and Bennett's, their adult entertainment tavern licenses. And then any entertainment licenses that correspond with the other ones that I listed.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see if I get anybody else in the queue. Mr. Fletcher.
I was just gonna, your question prompted this a little bit, Mr. Chair. Jim, how many separations do we have aside from those listed right now?
So
roughly.
my understanding is Assistant City Attorney Zilby has separated 5 licenses. Is that correct?
Yeah, I had 5 establishments and their corresponding entertainment or other adult licenses.
I have for myself 14. And the reason I'm separating the ones I am is because their renewal forms that they submitted to us had deficiencies in them. There's a number of things that the state requires on their form, and we have a few things, but I think the things that they failed to put on their application is things that we can find on both forms. So the ones that I'm separating is CJAWT LLC operating as Ha Long Bay. Their form was lacking their state seller's permit number, their FEIN, their premises, and their capacity. The next one is WB West LLC operating as World Buffet. For their LLC members and agent, they listed General Beverage, which is a distributor, and they left capacity blank on their application. Pancham LLC operating as Harry's Liquor gave us a state seller's permit that does not match what we have on file for them. And before I go further, we've contacted all these places at least 2 or 3 times asking for corrections, and we have not heard back from any of them.
Okay.
The next one is Taqueria El Jalapeno LLC operating as Taqueria El Jalapeno, and their DBA capacity and the question about reporting profits or loss on taxes were all left blank. Jordan's Big Ten Inc. operating as Jordan's Big Ten Pub, they left DBA blank on their form. Johnson Marriott Inc. Operating as Doubletree Hotel Madison left their premises blank on the application. Gloria's Mexican Restaurant LLC operating as Gloria's Mexican Restaurant. Their LLC members and agent fields were both left blank. New Orient House LLC operating as Orient House. Their capacity was left blank. Two Dudes and a Chick LLC operating as Tipsy Cow. They left their state seller's permit blank. Graduate Madison Lessee LLC operating as Graduate Madison Hotel. Portage Place, Madison Blind. They didn't have deficiencies in their application, but their ratio has moved from restaurant to tavern. I've separated them. American Multi Cinema Inc. Operating as AMC. Their state seller's permit is off from what we have on record, and their listing of corporate members is also changed, and they've not yet responded or submitted a change of office reform. The Farm Tavern Inc. operating as Farm Tavern, their capacity, their premises, and their corporate members are all different from what we have on file. Forage Kitchen LLC operating as Forage Kitchen. They left the answer to the tax question about reporting profit loss on their taxes was left blank. And the last one I have is Frameshift Arts Cafe LLC operating as Frameshift Arts Cafe. Their capacity was, it was either off or was left blank. And they've also moved from the ratio of their sales from restaurant to tavern. And that's what I separated them.
Jim, is this the first time really that we have separated establishments for these sorts of things in such a I guess in my time I don't maybe recall, or maybe again my memory may be failing me as well, but the level of deficiencies that you've mentioned, have we separated people before regarding this?
Since I've started, I don't think we have, although talking with Assistant City Attorney Zilby, we probably should have in the past since I've been doing it. And I would say this year, despite the whole COVID-19 pandemic and all that, we were far lenient in accepting these applications. Normally we take them until April 15th, and then anything after that submitted until April 30th. There's a late fee. Obviously the late fee was waived by council. So we still took them until April 30th. But then we also went beyond that and gave them an extension until last week, Thursday, which was almost 2 weeks after the very last date that we would normally take applications to get initial applications as well as corrections to any deficiencies. And so we've reached out after these were submitted at least 2 or 3 times, asking for these places to get back to us to correct these deficiencies or to file applications to change their officers or anything like that.
And so we reached out to the applicants. Did you also review any conditions that would have required applicants to be separated, or any sorts of motion that was passed by this committee? We've done that previously. Maybe I don't recall too many times this year compared to previous years, and that I think was intentional because it was trying to remember all those folks. It was a bit of a struggle, but have we checked that?
I did not check it. I believe we stopped doing it in the last 2 years. I think we may have had one that was separated last year for that reason, but I don't believe we have any establishments that still have that condition on their license.
Well, thanks, Jim. I appreciate it. That's all from me, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Alder Rivera.
Thank you. I will just add my voice to what Mr. Verbic said. Attorney Zillivi said, which is that we probably should have been auditing these more closely at the committee level. I've always appreciated that the city clerk's office staff audits these renewal applications, but the deficiencies that Mr. Verbic just articulated in the past, I agree from my recollection, typically are never really brought to the attention of our committee, and we just renew all the licenses in bulk. With that said, I noticed, Mr. Verbic, that the attachment for this item does list several. I didn't look at all of them since we just got the list from you verbally, but is my understanding correct that each of the separations that you listed and that Attorney Zillivi listed are on the attached list that's on our agenda for this item?
That's correct.
Okay. And so just out of curiosity, if an establishment is not listed at all, that means that they missed all of your generous deadline dates, and the last deadline was last Thursday, the 14th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Pardon me?
That is correct.
Okay. So there are current license holders that are not on this master list that we have in front of us now.
Yeah.
Okay. And then will you be able to, I presume what you were reading to us was something that's not just handwritten. Is that something, will you be able to email us this list yet this evening?
Yeah, I can also include the ones that Assistant City Attorney Zillivi had.
Great. And does the list that you were reading from, Jim, include the rationale again? Because I wasn't able to write as quickly
It does.
as I read them
Yep.
off.
It does.
It does. Great. Could you email that to us now, or is that document not prepared?
I can do that.
Did you say yes, you could?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm having a little trouble hearing you.
Sorry.
Thank you for doing that. And then if I could ask Mr. Chair, Attorney Zillivi, she might recall in prior years, we've asked her to give us like a 1 or 2 sentence rationale for each of the separations requested by her office, and many of them are usually also requested by the MPD. Could I ask Attorney Zillivi to do that for us at this juncture, please? I realize her list is shorter than it often isn't from prior years, but could you please review those 5 for us? I think we could probably guess, but I'd rather hear it from you.
Sure. The Howard Johnson's, which is M&M Madison Concessions LLC, there are several issues associated with that establishment. One, the LLC is not registered with the state, and that's the name that the license is in. So really, in effect, the license is void. He has been delinquent with his room tax for years. He currently owes over 200,000 to the city in room tax. He's also delinquent in his property taxes to the tune of, I think, around 200,000. He has not honored his payment plans, and DOR paid him a visit this spring, and he had at least one violation that they discovered. I don't recall right now what it was. So that's why that one is separated. Joe Beck's, which is Ring Roadie LLC. We had an alert with them because of some operational issues. And there have been some other incidents. East Police has spoken with the owner, and officers have not been treated very nicely when they've gone there for calls. So operational issues with that place. Bennett's has been having, they used to have, well, my understanding was once a year they had some adult entertainment events like strippers on premise. And apparently they're doing that on a regular basis, and that's not allowed under the zoning code. And it's also not something I think that the ALRC was aware that they were doing. Hoops north of the bayou, the application, everything on his plan speaks to the restaurant north of the bayou. Also operating out of that location is the Voodoo Lounge. And it appears that the Voodoo Lounge might be operated by somebody other than Dale Beck. So it looks to me like there's two separate businesses going on at that location. And there, I mean, not a ton of police calls, but there have been some police issues at that location. And then Visions, there are a couple of issues with Visions. One, the captain wanted to make sure that the conditions that were agreed to at the hearing last fall were added onto the license again. And the bigger issue is that they have been operating without an adult entertainment tavern license for this past year. They never paid for the license, so it was never issued. And under the ordinance, that's grounds to non-renew that license. So that's a pretty huge issue for Visions. And I think that's all of them.
Thank you. And speaking of Visions, if I just point out, and I was a little surprised it wasn't on our agenda tonight, but as a point of information, and obviously Attorney Zillivi, you know this, but, and the alders will know this too that are in the meeting, but the Common Council did divide Vision's last change of license premise application, because at our meeting a month ago, we only addressed the issue of the private booths, and we never officially took action on the basement part of that application. So the council denied, as contrary to health, safety, and welfare, the private booth consistent with our recommendation, but the council referred back to the ALRC, the basement portion of that application. So that technically should be on our next agenda. And I don't know if Mr. Burbeck, anyone ever communicated that to you from your office, but that probably should have been on tonight's agenda in retrospect, but just as well, if we could put that on the separation meeting agenda, since it relates to visions, that would be, I think, appropriate, just pulling that register item in as well. And then I could make comments on some of these other ones that I'll say that to the separation meeting, it would be more appropriate there as well. I guess my next question, if I could, of you, Attorney Zillaby, and for that matter, Mr. Verbeek, is how many hours do you, as of tonight, do you estimate that our separation proceedings might last, just for scheduling purposes, which I'm sure we get to before we adjourn tonight, when we'll be meeting again, but could you give us some guide as to how long you think these separation conversations will take?
Despite having 3 times as many as Assistant City Attorney Zillaby, I think hers might take longer than the ones that I have separated.
Yes, I agree. I mean, if someone just has a digit incorrect on a seller's permit number that they transpire, that they incorrectly listed, that should take no time for us. So, Attorney Zillaby, could I ask you? I mean, are you planning on bringing any non-renewal complaints for sure?
Well,
I'll just say what you listed sounds pretty bad for a few of them, so I wouldn't be surprised if your office did bring 1 or more non-renewal complaints, but I don't know if that's your intention or not.
that's a possibility. There's a question as to whether or not Howard Johnson's can even be renewed, since the entity is not registered with the state. So, I mean, you can't really renew a void license.
Yes.
So I wanted to talk to my boss about those specific issues. I would say there's a possibility of maybe 2 non-renewals.
At this point, would you recommend that we meet more than 1 evening then?
To be humane, I think so.
Okay.
He's laughing.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of thumbs up and head nodding, so I think that's probably a good theory. And I think, Jim, we've got two slots reserved with the city IT folks as well, do we not?
Yeah, we actually have 3 from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but I know at least 2 or 3 people have told me that they can't do Tuesday. So if we're going to do it in 2 meetings, I would say probably next week, Wednesday and Thursday would be the best one.
If I might, I did have another question or two, Mr. Chair. Of Attorney Zillaby and Captain Donahue, was there any thought given to separating the couple of State Street area establishments that had previously declined to have the early closing on weekends as a condition on their license, and see if they've perhaps come around to that idea, or given the pandemic, you really thought there was no need to get into that at this time?
We didn't specifically talk about that, but we talked more generally in terms of separating and whether there's a basis to at this point. And I think with the 2 that declined, given the current climate, I don't know, I guess I'll let Captain Donahue weigh in on that.
I apologize. My audio was breaking up a little bit, but I heard you say, did we consider separating something on State Street? I can assume what you're talking about, but could you repeat it?
Yes, certainly. So as you know, we have had the early closing time condition on numerous licenses in the State Street area for a couple of years now. And well, number one, would presume that the Central District wishes to continue the condition on those licenses, that those establishments are not allowed to admit any new patrons past 1:30 on Friday and Saturday evenings. And assuming that that's the case, was there any thought to asking the two, I'll call them holdout establishments, if they wish to reconsider their previous objection and allow the condition to be listed on their license? Because my understanding was that each of those establishments were voluntarily agreeing to that practice, and prior to the pandemic were at least following the practice in theory. But what Jennifer responded, if you could hear her response, was that no, you hadn't discussed that yet. And I just wanted to, before we renewed those licenses tonight, just see if there was any interest on the part of the Central District to do that. I'm agnostic personally on the topic, bringing up those two in or not.
We did discuss both of the establishments. I don't think necessarily solely related to the no new entry. I do think I reviewed calls for service at both of the establishments. And I do think that had one of them been had continued trending the way that they were, I would ask for that without question. But I believe your
Joe, did we lose Captain Donnelly?
She's still there, but we looks like we've lost her audio.
Okay. So Alder Rivera, do you have a?
I'm back.
Okay.
I apologize for this. So I think I'll go quickly. Had they been continuing to trend the way they were, calls for service, there was some concerns, but to your point of the shutdown because of the pandemic, I don't know that it's necessary at this time to continue on that path. Obviously for 2.5 months, we've had no calls for service. And I suspect that, moving forward, there may be some modified capacities for places. And so I think I'm comfortable not doing that at this time. Although I do wish that they would voluntarily agree to that.
Thank you. I appreciate your responses, both Attorney Zolovi and Captain Donahue. And just to one last point is just wanting to ensure that we get on our respective calendars and agree to the dates of our separation meetings. Obviously, Mr. Verbic needs to invite any separated license holders as soon as possible to appear. So I don't know if we want to confirm, Mr. Chair, those dates and times now, or are we going to do that later in the evening?
Well, we're on the subject right now. We might as well do that. And just to recap, Jim, you had sent out a doodle poll for three dates. Tuesday, we had 2 people missing, but based on your poll, we had a full roster on Wednesday and Thursday.
I can't guarantee it's full, but I know at least the vast majority of folks can do the 27th and 28th. I think I sent out a Outlook calendar invite for all 3 of those dates. And I don't know if anyone's replied to me and said anything about the 27th.
Okay. So for recognizing that establishments would need some time. I mean, my inclination would be if we've got 3 dates that we have a majority of people for, we pick the 2 that are the furthest out, which would be Wednesday and Thursday of next week. I see a lot of thumbs up. I can't see Captain Donnelly, but are you and do you think your captains would be able to handle appearances on Wednesday and Thursday of next week?
Wednesday and Thursday are much better for me. So if I need to handle it for them, I can. I certainly hope they can make it and speak on behalf of their own districts, but I'm available both days.
Okay. All right, and it sounds like Wednesday and Thursday are better than if we included Tuesday.
Mr. Chair, would these be at our normal meeting time of 5:30?
Yeah, Jim, did you specify times on the doodle poll? I don't recall.
I did. I said 5:30.
You did. Okay. All right. So then, well, we've got to deal with the motion for the renewals, but we could certainly handle it at the same time. So, Mr. Cano Espina, let me unmute you. Okay.
Yes, just to Wednesday, perfect. Thursday, I have to teach a class until 6, so I can do after that. But just for quorum, I don't know if because we need to do it like by 5:45. So, but the class goes until 6:15. So that's on Thursday. So hopefully we'll have more than just enough people.
Well, other than Mr. Cano Espina coming late, does anyone else have a problem with the 5:30 meeting next Wednesday or next Thursday and next Thursday? I don't see anybody, so I think we're
You
fine.
just said Mr. Grady raised his hand. Did you?
Yes. I don't have any problem with either one of those days. The only thing I wanted to note is that Mr. Verbeek had that it was till 10:30. Does that still stand?
Only because Outlook makes me put an end time on it, and I figured it was. You all know what you're getting into. I could have put 1:30 in the morning, but we all know what that means.
Well, you'd certainly be safe saying if we went past 10:30, you'll buy everybody a beer. You won't be spending a lot of money. Okay, so let's see, what order do we take this in? Since we're talking about the dates, do we want to just, Alder Rivera, you want a motion? Or just make sure everybody is nodding their heads that we're on for Wednesday and Thursday at 5:30?
I'm happy to make the renewal motions if you'd like me to, but I did want to just say one thing about the timing then on Thursday. So given Fernando's conflict, I'll just also articulate that I have a conflicting city meeting at 4:45, the city's joint campus area committee. The platform is hosted by the UW, which is why it's not our city channel colleagues here are not impacted by that conflict, but I as an alder am. So if there was any chance that we could delay the start time on Thursday, that would allow me to spend more time at my other city committee meeting and perhaps not have to decide between which city committee meeting to attend. But I don't want to bog us down in scheduling if folks have there are a lot of conflicts on Thursday night next week.
Well,
I was just going to ask if there's any possibility of pushing back our start time a little.
What would the start time be? Going from 5:30 to 6 or past 6?
For me personally, if you're asking me, thank you for asking. I would say certainly any extension would be better than no extension. So I'd be happy with 6:30. My other meeting would certainly be done by typically. So 6 or 6:30 would be great for me, but again, I don't want to impose on others.
Well, if we started at 6:30 on Thursday and held to Jim's closing time of 10:30, and we started at 5:30 on Wednesday, Assistant City Attorney Zilvey, what do you think? Since quite a few of Mr. Verbeek's, as you pointed out, are much simpler than yours, would that be sufficient time for you to address your issues?
I mean, in the 4 hours on Thursday?
Well, and Wednesday as well, 5:30 to 10:30 on Wednesday, and then 6:30 to 10:30 on Thursday.
I would think so. I would hope so, yes.
Okay. All right, well, okay, I've got smiles and a few thumbs up. So Alder Revere, 6:30 on Thursday. That'll also handle Mr. Kano Spina, and then we'll convene at 5:30 on Wednesday. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that's the timing. Now let's back to the agenda item 51. Mr. Donnelly.
I want to make sure that we're not setting any unrealistic expectations. You're being facetious when you talk about a 10:30 end time, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just being sure.
I was just trying to get a few smiles from all the faces I'm looking at here. We know when we're starting, but we don't know when we're ending. But since we have 2 nights, perhaps we can schedule them in such a way that we don't get all the complicated stuff on Thursday. So I can coordinate with or someone will coordinate with Jennifer and with Jim to make sure we get the right mix of what's on the 2 days to make it as easy on us as possible. So, okay, motion on the renewals. Alder Revere.
Would you like me to do so, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
okay, I'm happy to do so. I would move that we grant agenda items 51 and 52. So to grant the Class A liquor, Class A beer, Class B beer, Class B combination, liquor and beer, Class C wine, wholesale beer, 2021 through 2020 through 2021 license renewals with restrictions as previously approved, and to include any change of corporate structure and amended conditions as set forth in our report of the city clerk, and to do the same for the 18 plus and 21 plus entertainment license renewals for the 2020-2021 licensing year, with the exception and thus the separation of each of the respective licenses, be they those previously articulated, plus the adult tavern, adult entertainment licenses for the 19 establishments that were previously articulated and requested to be separated by the Office of the City Attorney and the Office of the City Clerk.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for the clerk. The entertainment license item 52, the PDF you just sent us, is that an update from the packet? I'm just being clear with what your email includes.
It is, yes. I found that there were 27 licenses that had submitted renewal forms, but they didn't have the right status in our licensing program, so they didn't pull into the one that's currently in the packet.
Okay, I would just consider it maybe a friendly amendment to note that the entertainment licenses to be approved, apart from those have been separated, it should be based on the updated packet that we were sent by the city clerk just now. So
I did put that new file in the legislative file.
Alder Revere, you're comfortable with that?
Yes, thank you. I was just going to suggest that we update Legistar, and Jim already did it. Thank you, Jim.
Sorry, I just had a quick question. Technically, do we want to allow registration, online registration for those both days, or I'm not sure how you want to deal with that.
Well, I think the way it's going to, and chime in here, Jim, and Jennifer, but I think what'll happen is of the licenses that are identified for separation, you two will figure out which day they're coming in. And then those would be the days that those establishments would be informed that they're going to be here. So those would be the days they'd be registering.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because I think maybe the other question is, would they all register on Wednesday, and the ones we didn't get to are carried over to Thursday? I think the list is small enough that we're able to probably add enough precision and tell people you're on for Wednesday or you're on for Thursday. Assuming Jennifer and Jim are comfortable with that.
I am.
Jim? Yep. Okay, all right. So that's how we would handle it, Joe.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Since someone unwisely still has not muted me, I have one other thought. Do we wish to request the appearance of any or all of the 14 that were on the city clerk's separation list if they have cured their deficiencies between now and then? Because it seems it would be wholly unnecessary for us to ask them to attend a meeting next week if they were when they get off in a renewal application.
Assistant City Attorney Sylvie?
I think we should request them to appear.
Even if the deficiency's been cured.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, and I was going to ask you that if anybody on the list connects with the clerk's office once they find out that they've been separated and fixes the issue, is the committee fine with not having them appear before the committee?
Right. I mean, for example, I'm happy to volunteer to reach out to some of the folks on the 14 establishment list. I know many of them personally. And so, for example, the general manager of the Doubletree Hotel, who I was just in a meeting with yesterday, I'm sure if I just called or texted him and said, or emailed him and said, there's an issue with your application, he would make sure it's fixed within an hour. And then the Doubletree Hotel downtown would not need to appear next week. It just seems again silly to insist that here if it's been cured.
I think that would be fantastic if that happened.
Mr. Donnelly?
Thank you.
I'm trying to unmute. There you go. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd certainly be fine with putting them at the front of the agenda, but we've had problems in the past where we've had people we were expecting to talk to and we've been surprised that they weren't at the separated renewal. I would only feel comfortable with exempting some of them if we could have a bright line test to determine what exempts them and what does not.
I haven't, when we got to our next set of agenda items, I was going to read to you a list of items that the mayor had forwarded to me that are on her list of things she'd like to see the ALRC add to its work plan. And there is one item that she has on her list that is somewhat related to what we were just discussing. And it says, identify and develop strategies to deal with, quote, problem, close quote, establishments more effectively. Now, I don't know that that's necessarily somebody who can't figure out what their seller's permit license is, but certainly after Jim's asked them 3 times and they've ignored him, they probably pass Mr. Donnelly's test of getting called in. But you know, I'm not a voting member, so that's just my 2 cents. But I know that's on the mayor's list, and how you would factor that in going forward is certainly up to you guys. But Mr. Kano Spina. Let me unmute you. There you go.
Yes, I completely agree that at this time, with all the work that everybody has done, we should have them be present. I think that we could have a consent agenda made that the people who fix whatever problem was needed to be fixed. If it was a little bit of a clerical problem, it was a 0 here instead of an 8. We could do that, and maybe we have 2 or 3 that are fixed that way, and then could be the first item, and then goodbye, and then everybody else should be there. Because I agree, we should not have this. No, you should not show, but you should show. It just makes no sense. I think that all those that we said should show up, and then we can clear them. I think that we did that once with the people that when we did the re-entry, that we did them all like in one motion for all the people that agree.
I think that's a very elegant way to solve the problem.
So then we'd probably just need to pick a date by which these folks need to be informed, get it fixed, or
Well, no, I mean, it's they need to show up. If they get their I's dotted and T's crossed ahead of time, they're going to be handled more quickly when they get there.
Right, but we're going to need some time to officially create the consent agenda. So I mean, we'd probably have to pick a date, you know, like the day before or something like that.
I feel comfortable leaving that to Mr. Verbeek.
Yeah,
me too.
I don't disagree. I'm just suggesting that we probably have to pick a time at which there's a cutoff for creating the actual agenda. So, okay, Alder Revere, are you comfortable with what was in your motion and where we're at?
Yeah, yes, I won't object further. I don't agree with what the consensus of the committee seems to be, but it's not worth objecting to any further. I don't think we're being very friendly on this, given the pandemic, but that's just me. I'd rather we just move on the agenda.
Okay.
I don't think the list would be this long if it wasn't for the pandemic. And I've already started contacting those downtown that are on the list as we sit here. So that's all. Thank you for asking though.
Okay. Mr. Kano Spina, did you have a comment?
No, I agree that this may be because of the pandemic, but we are making a solution for them that day. So hopefully it should work and everybody all of those businesses should be able to access Zoom and being able to do this the way that everybody else is doing.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion, Mr. Donnelly? No. Mr. Grady? No. Okay. Well, then I don't have anyone in the queue. So with that motion for items 51 and 52, record all of you as voting in the affirmative unless you raise your hand. Okay. So 51 and 52 are approved. So that brings us then to item 53. And that was I think Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Fletcher. Did you have anything you wanted to add on that or say with regard to those?
I think, Mike, I'll defer to you as the vice chair of the committee. This really was part of the equity lens analysis work that the city had been going through. The processes that we reviewed, particularly regarding the operators' licenses and how we might make that process a little bit more equitable, a little bit more accessible to applicants. And so there were specific suggestions discussed. Mike, do you want to talk about kind of our work a little bit more?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So broadly, this is something that the city undertakes every year with a number of its committees and processes to determine if we're being fair. And we identified some opportunities with ALRC processes. The specific one we want to talk about here is a couple of things around the operators' licenses and when operators have to come before ALRC. One challenge is that ALRC meetings are at night, and many of the people who hold jobs where they would like operators' licenses work in the service industry, and many of them work at night. Second of all, the process itself of appearing before ALRC is clearly not a pleasant one. And the fact that it's as public as it is not a necessary part of the process. So the idea that we had was potentially forming a subcommittee of ALRC who would meet once a month at some point that was not at night, probably on a different day of the week from Wednesday, and that subcommittee would be empowered to hear operators' licenses the way that we do. And they could make decisions, refer them to ALRC. ALRC would ratify them and send them on to the Common Council. Applicants who found the regular time more convenient would still have the opportunity to show up at a regular ALRC meeting. But if somebody either didn't want to appear in front of this big an audience or had scheduling conflicts, there would be a second opportunity for them. What do people think of that idea?
Alder Carter.
I remember when we talked about this at a special meeting, and one of the things that we talked about was adding an alder to that subcommittee. And I think that instead of saying whether the person is uncomfortable coming to the evening meeting, I'm using evening because that's when ALRC meets, then we would give them the option of coming to this day meeting or coming to the evening meeting, whichever is more convenient for their schedule.
Perfect.
Okay. Mr. Canospina?
Thank you. I like the idea very much. One possible addition would be to, if the subcommittee denies an application, could it then automatically go to the larger committee? That way the larger committee, that applicant has the opportunity to, have the larger committee make the final, kind of review that decision and then goes to the city council?
That's a great question, Mr. Canospina. This subcommittee would have the same relationship with ALRC that revocation subcommittees have, and the same relationship with ALRC that ALRC has with the Common Council. So it wouldn't actually be making decisions, it would be making recommendations to the ALRC. Now, I think given how things like that work, if the answer is yes, grant the license, I expect ALRC would likely put those on the consent agenda. If the subcommittee wanted not to issue the license and the applicant wanted to come before ALRC, they should certainly be afforded the opportunity to do so.
Love it. Thank you. Perfect.
I don't see anyone else in the queue, so what's your thought? Pass a motion, have Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Fletcher write it up so everybody can look at it, and then the committee could adopt it in a formal fashion. What's your thought?
Yes.
Oh, am I on? Oh.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say I would like to see it written up with the recommendations that we provided tonight. And then I would like to see us move this forward because I think it's a good idea. I thought it was a good idea when we spoke about this at the special meeting. And I think it also gives the operator, depending on what their situation is, a smaller audience, and they might feel more comfortable going into greater detail on their past experiences. So I would like to see this move forward as soon as it gets written up and have our recommendations tonight included in that. Thank you.
So procedurally, is this something that ALRC can simply do, or is it something that we would need to have codified in ordinance? Assistant City Attorney Brist.
Well, I believe that you can create subunits without going to the full council. The question is whether or not you want to formalize it in such a way that it's an ordinance. But you could create subunits on your own to do it. But it may be in the long run, it may be appropriate to do it as an ordinance change.
Well, if we have the authority to create subunits on our own, then it is certainly more flexible if we do it that way. And then once we've gotten the bugs worked out, we can look at getting it into the system. So I move to refer this item to the next regularly scheduled ALRC meeting and to instruct myself and Mr. Fletcher to work out formal language of a proposal.
Second.
Well, there you go. Okay, a motion and a second. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so we record everybody is in the affirmative. And that's what will pop then in the you're thinking, Mike, that in the June meeting of the ALRC. Yep. Okay. Great. This item 54 is really just kind of a continuation of things that we've been talking about before. That this is just the condensed list, but there were 5 items on the previous list that came from a number of you that I included the density study and workload issues and other kinds of things. And in some communication that I had with the mayor's office, I provided that list of things that the committee had been identifying that it wanted to consider doing something about, making some recommendations or not. And certainly one of them was the density study. And I got back an email from the mayor, and I'll send it out to you. But let me just tell you briefly what she had on it. as far as things that she was offering up that would be things that the committee could also take a look at. There was a short-term item and then some long-term items. The short-term item was in part some aftermath of the COVID-19, and it reads, working with establishments as a priority to developing and implementing appropriate regulations and guidance on cocktail kit takeouts, and exploring ideas around expansion of outdoor cafe spaces and implementing physical distancing in bars and more. So clearly, as part of the loosening up of regulations, the people that have outdoor spaces are perhaps in a better place than somebody with indoor spaces. And then, of course, the cocktail kit issue, which may have some issues with regard to state statutes, but that was on her short-term list. The long-term list was develop ways to better incorporate equity into the ELRC process, and we just talked about that. So on that one, things have already been done. Examine the balance of committee versus administrative approvals, exploring what is allowed by law. Understand and implement further regulation of gaming machines in bars. Identify and develop strategies to deal with problem establishments effectively. That's the one I just mentioned to you. And then in entertainment districts, address issues of how to allow service after end of shows, e.g. people to go out for dessert after overture. So again, I'll send that out to you in an email in a do not respond fashion, but so you've got it. But those were some things that the mayor had offered in addition to what we have already on the list of things to be thinking about. So I don't know if we need a motion on item 54, in large part because none of that is really far enough along as Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Fletcher's work. But any thoughts? Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, I guess your question on the mayor's short-term priority item, given public health's phased approach that they've kind of rolled out, that, if you're on the city's email list, it was included in the email that went around this evening. What specific involvement is she looking for the committee or committee members to have with regards to things like physical distancing in bars and regulations? Is there any more specificity? Because again, short-term item, I realize as we're moving towards phase one, hopefully, of the county's plan, I guess what's the involvement that she's looking for, and how do we specifically plug in?
I don't know that, but I certainly could make a call to the deputy mayor who handles the ELRC that's copied on this, and see what they have in mind. If nothing else, it was perhaps just to put it on the ELRC's radar screen as well. But I suspect some of this probably links to that survey that the council and the mayor's office was doing earlier, that I think probably most of you had an opportunity to respond to. So these were probably some things that came up on that list as well. So we can certainly loop back around and perhaps at the June meeting invite the deputy mayor to stop in and talk more specifically, because you're right. I mean, that's a big issue, certainly. Captain Donnelly.
I'll just to fill in a little bit on our end of things. We considered to some of the bar owners, this is specific to downtown, just to see kind of what their plans were moving forward, but decided based on what Mr. Fletcher was relating, decided that that probably was not our best course of action right now because we didn't have much to offer them, and felt like we would generate more questions than we would answers. So just as a thought and our piece of this committee, you know, we're happy to work with the bar owners and it is at the forefront of our mind. We just don't have enough information at this time on when and what and how.
Well, and I suspect that probably is a mirror image of the things Mr. Fletcher and the rest of you were thinking about as well. That it's not that you don't want to do something, but the question is where's the best set of oars to all be pulling on to get something, you know, in a coordinated fashion across the finish line. So, well, I'll send this out, and then you'll be certainly in a position to talk in more detail about it. And I'll also take that or send that question back up to the mayor's office and see what they want to do with regard to that. Mr. Kano Espina. I think you're.
Yes, I think that in reference to the COVID-19, I was thinking about this, and I think that it will be important for us to maybe have it as an agenda item in the next couple of meetings, on just like to have it to see if there is rules that we can implement or information that we can send out, or just to kind of keep them in owners' minds that yes, we're hoping to start opening, but that therefore there are also some restrictions that we're hoping everybody will follow, and that people are not just going to open and do whatever they want. And if they do whatever they want, that there may be some repercussions going back to the committee. So I thought that it will be like a good proactive thing to have a COVID-19 item in our meetings, because some people do watch these, and it just kind of keeps it in people's minds that we do want to help businesses reopen in a safe way, particularly restaurants and bars that have been hit so hard.
Well, you're right. I mean, I'm sure that the density study done after COVID-19 settles down versus the density study before could end up showing some dots moving around on the map. So there's a lot coming, and real estate is going to play a major role in that, because if establishments aren't able to pay the rent, that's going to impact issues as well. So there's a boatload of interrelated pieces of this, and certainly some of it hits the ALRC in one way or another. So, and to your agenda item point, we know Mr. Donnelly and Mr. Fletcher are going to be back in June, so maybe we can work with Mr. Verbeek to get an agenda item that's big enough to incorporate a number of these aspects. So. Okay, well, then we have reports on the calls for service.
You still had two hands raised. I'm not sure if they still wanted to speak.
Ms. Westra and Mr. Fletcher. I'm trying to. There you go.
We're both on. Okay. I was just gonna echo that. I think going forward, a standing agenda item would be perfect, because we're not going back to normal. So we need to be prepared and move quickly for the new normal to make that feasible as things start opening back up in a limited capacity to a bigger capacity. And we don't even know, even if things are fully open, if people are going to return.
Yeah, you are absolutely correct. I mean, it's one thing to have the establishment there and not the people. You know, is this going to change hours of operation, or I mean, capacity issues? Who knows? But I mean, we've got licenses with stated capacities on that probably are all going to be subject to some review in one fashion or another. But anyway, okay.
Mr. Chair, I was just going to say, before we move on to the summary report, we should probably remove from the table items 10 and 11, the election of the ALRC committee chair and vice chair. We tabled that earlier on. I would probably move that we do that now.
Okay, I was going to do it after these last.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, that's fine. That's fine. You've got a motion. Do we have a second? Mr. Kano Spina, a motion and a second to take items 10 and 11 off the table. All those I'll assume you're all in favor of that unless you raise your hand. So items 10 and 11. And given the fact we're doing this remotely, Assistant Attorney Briss, do you have any thoughts you want to give to the committee with regard to this issue?
Yes. Actually, by delaying this to the end of the agenda, we saved a lot of discussion that I felt I was going to have to raise about procedures. But there are a couple things that I want to mention. Because we're working on Zoom, the ordinances provide for a secret ballot if there's a contested race. There's no practical way we can do a secret ballot. And so unless we think that we're going to be having a meeting in June where people are present, I would suggest if more than one person is nominated for a position, so that we have a contested race for chair or vice chair, that we would have to waive the requirement. We would have to unanimously consent to the idea that we would not have a secret ballot. That's the first point. The second point is just a small one. Since the chair is not running for re-election, the chair should be able to preside over the process. And basically, I think that pretty much covers my notes, because everything else is taken care of by delaying until the end of the agenda.
Okay. All right. Well, then we would have a motion to open nominations for, I think.
Did we take it from the table?
Yeah, we should.
Okay. Okay, so we're on 10.
Yep. Okay. So let's see. Item 10.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I was going to make a motion, but before that, I wanted to say thank you for all the years of your guidance. And I started the committee, and you became the chair, and you have been a great chair. So I really appreciate all your guidance and your service. And it saddens me that you have to go during this time, and we can't do it like we can't do many things in person. So, but I appreciate that. I don't know if other people have other comments, but if I could make the motion to nominate as chair Mr. Donnelly as the current vice chair. I think that he has the experience and the ability to. He has been chair multiple times, and it will just make a lot of sense. And I don't know if we want to do them separate, or can I see some nodding.
It's probably more appropriate, unless you probably need to do the two races separately.
Okay, so I will just nominate.
Just for your information, you don't need a second for a nomination.
Okay, so I nominate Mr. Donnelly.
Okay, Mr. Donnelly has been nominated. Do we have additional nominations for the chair? Additional nominations for the chair?
Mr. Chair.
Alder Revere.
Thank you. I've had my hand raised for a while.
I'm sorry.
First, I just want to point out that this is not your last meeting. This is not Tom's last meeting. He's been extended by ordinance for 90 days. So with that said, I certainly am going to save my farewell to Tom to a future meeting, be it a separation meeting or a June meeting, or even possibly our July meeting. with all that said, it occurred to me, and although this is absolutely no disrespect to Vice Chair Donnelly by suggesting this at all, but I was going to suggest that, and wish I had been recognized first in this conversation, because I was actually going to suggest that we refer, and I mentioned this in an email to our chairperson a few days ago, that we delay the election until we have a new complement of a committee, or at the very least, refer this to our next regular meeting to allow Tom the opportunity to chair the separation meetings next week. Perhaps give time to those of you on the committee more time to think about if you'd like to volunteer for your service as the chair or vice chair, that sort of thing. So I don't even know, Chairperson Landgraf, if you wish for us to delay the election, you probably are agnostic on the topic, but it just seemed to me that since you've, not that the vice chair doesn't do an excellent job, but since you've served on this committee with such skill for a dozen years, it just seemed to me to let you remain as chair until you actually have a replacement named by the mayor and the replacement confirmed by the Common Council, and thus have Vice Chair Donnelly also continue in that role as vice chair until we do have new elections.
Well, I will do whatever is the wish of the committee. Certainly, continuing on for the next couple of months may help with all the stuff we've got going on, but I don't want to get in the way of moving forward because my time is short. So that's up to what's the Marine term? I forget, short for the program or whatever. But anyway, I'm open to that. So I don't know from a process standpoint, Assistant City Attorney Brist, if we want to have the committee entertain Mr. Oliver Beer's motion or what?
Well, you did start the nominating process, so we'd probably have to, I think you could still set it aside and delay it. It's up to the pleasure of the committee. There is no direction in the ordinances that says we have to do it this month or we have to do it next month. But it was on tonight's agenda, and so you have to deal with the items 10 and 11 and decide what to do with them if you're going to move them forward tonight. We did start nominations, as a matter of fact, but however you wanted, whatever the pleasure of the body is what will determine.
Okay. Well, Mr. Kano-Spina? Okay, there you go.
I didn't know that was a possibility. So I'll be okay with throwing the nomination. I guess everybody knows who I would nominate to be the chair. For me, it makes sense. But I do think that it makes sense to have you continue at least for the separation ones, because it just makes sense. But I just didn't know that was a possibility, so that's what I was moving forward. So if me withdrawing that makes sense and allows it to move easy, I can do that, and then I could move to referral to the next regular meeting.
Okay. Let's see.
Was that a motion?
Yeah. Well,
so for the nomination, it wasn't a motion because you don't have to move for a nomination.
I mean, was that when you were talking about moving it to next month? I just didn't know if that was your motion or a comment. Or an observation.
I don't want to add more items to our meetings in the future. I don't know if like we could say our chairperson will be this person and our vice chair will be this person, but they will start 2 months later. I don't know if that's a possibility. So,
Attorney Brisk, can we do that? We can do anything, can't we?
Well, I think that once you designate somebody as chair-elect, that they're going to take office at the next meeting. And it would be difficult to have somebody designated at this point and then tell them that they were not starting.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the procedure should either be to set the whole matter over to the next regular meeting or to continue with the process tonight.
Well, we've got some other folks in the queue here. Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not fully sure. I guess I respectfully disagree with postponing this by another month. I don't know. I'm not fully convinced about what it, in this instance, buys us. If we're supposed to, if a timing perspective, we're supposed to have, or should have an election. I would be in favor of proceeding with it. I think I'm probably going to end up being in the minority on this issue, and I understand that. I just think, that I would prefer the option that Mr. Kenner was being kind of laid out, which is you have a chair and a chair-elect designated to start maybe at the July regular meeting, and that's the way that we would proceed. I think many other entities have more formal chair-elect positions that kind of lead to that, and I know it may not be. It would be maybe opposed to the practice of the committee. I just don't think it's an impossibility. Put it that way. So
I would argue that it probably is permissible under Robert's Rules of Order, but I'm not sure it works under our ordinance scheme. The one problem you would have is you would have somebody taking office later on who was voted on by people who are no longer on the board, who would be leaving office. So if you want to do it tonight, do it tonight. Otherwise, postpone it. I thought about the middle ground previous to this meeting, but I don't think that works so well.
Okay, a couple more folks in the queue here. Alder Revere.
Thank you again. I move to formally, and then I'd like to be recognized to discuss the motion if I might, but I move formally to refer agenda items 10 and 11 to our June regular meeting. And as I say, if there's a second, I'd like to speak to it.
Mr. Grady seconds it.
Yes.
Thank you. So I don't need to be overly repetitive, but I did think about this a little while. I obviously could not communicate this to all of you without violating the open meetings law. But I think as a measure of deep respect to, at least I consider him my beloved chairman and colleague for 12 years on this committee, that on his final meeting, he should be the chair of the committee. And I really feel that that's appropriate, not to make this overly personal or get emotional about it. That email that Chairperson Landgraf is going to forward to all of you from Mayor Rhodes Conway, it does give her clear intent that she plans to follow the 12-year term limit and make appointments sometime in the future. We do not know, though, when the mayor's appointment to succeed Mr. Landgraf will appear. It could be as early as the June 2nd council agenda for introduction, but then as my council colleagues on this committee know, we always refer committee appointments for 2 weeks before we confirm them. So as I said earlier, Chairperson Landgraf could be on this committee. At a minimum, will be with us on this committee through the next ALRC meeting in June, but that is only if the mayor does not make an appointment at the June 2nd council meeting, because the day before our next regularly scheduled meeting is when we would confirm that replacement. If the mayor does not make an appointment in June, then that could be in July. But in any event, under the ordinance, Chairperson Landgraf's term has been extended until July 21st, or until his successor has been confirmed by the Common Council. So with all that said, that means that Chairperson Landgraf will absolutely be a full-fledged member of this committee for 1 or 2 meetings next week. And I think very likely will also be with us at our June regular meeting as a full-fledged member. And I think we'll know from the mayor in the matter of days how soon her replacement nomination will be made. And I'll ask her that myself, because if Tom's last meeting is going to be, frankly, next week, he needs to be recognized and appreciated at his final meeting. And we need to know when that is. So anyway, that's what this is all about in my estimation, is just as a common courtesy. And maybe I'm crazy, and Tom, you don't care one way or the other if you want to be a regular member of the committee for a few meetings like the rest of us. But I just think as a mark of respect, you deserve to be the chairperson as long as you're a member of this committee. And so as an extent, it seemed to me the neatest, cleanest way of doing this would be delaying the election until our next regular meeting. The other point I would make is, given the pandemic, obviously our chairperson has at least 2 somewhat marathon meetings. Certainly our last meeting was a marathon meeting, meetings navigating Zoom and the responsibilities of the chairperson in a Zoom virtual meeting. So he knows how to do that. Not that any of the rest of us couldn't figure out how to do it, but he has the experience doing it now a couple of times, and working with City Channel tech facilitators and so forth to do that. So I just thought, when you think about all of that, and the fact that I think the neatest and cleanest way to do this is again to just refer the election instead of electing someone, but saying they don't take office until a date certain this summer would be the way to go. So thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Grady, did you want to say something?
That was the only thing I had. Am I still on with a hand up?
Yep, you're still live.
Okay, I'll take that off.
Okay. All right. I don't have anyone else in the queue. I wasn't assuming that this was going to be a complicated issue, but I'll do whatever, and whatever you want to do is going to be fine with me. So, Mr. Donnelly.
I know that this is kind of the thing you least like to do, but do you have an actual preference? What would you like us to do? I think Mike's idea is very sweet, assuming it's a thing that you're interested in, but I don't want to force stuff on you don't want to do. I think you should have a choice.
Well, I mean, we've been together a long time, and the separations and the kind of the end of the process are, sometimes a little rough, and I certainly wouldn't mind going through it one more time with you all. But I certainly don't want to have that translated into, I want to be chairman for another meeting. But I would like to, to kind of finish it out with you. I mean, it's kind of the end of the licensing process, and it's we're standing there right now. So in answer to your question, Mike, I would be fine doing that, and I would, as Mike Revere pointed out, I'll be on the committee anyway, so it won't be my last. I mean, this isn't my last meeting. So if it's your pleasure that I'd be chair for at least another meeting, and that gets us through the separation stuff, You know, but to Mr. Fletcher's point, you know, all that really does is move things out a month. And if, you know, if that's an issue, I'm fine with that too. So. So the queue is empty.
I will just add, as far as the point about secret ballot, I just did a quick Google search and I found a way to do anonymous polling. So I feel like if I can just email this out to the voting members of the committee, they can respond to this poll and I won't know who voted. I'll obviously know I only gave the poll to the voting members. So I think
that was in connection with choosing between two people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To chair.
Mr. Kano Espina?
So.
Oh, hold on. Okay, there you go.
I think that I started this whole thing with making the motion to, or, you know, nominating our vice chair to become chair. I'd be honored to have you lead us through the separations. I think that we have a motion and a second. I think my assumption is that it will pass. And in the future meeting, we can choose who will be the next chair. So I think that we're ready to vote if that's the case.
Okay, nobody else in the queue. So since we've had a bit of a discussion, Alder Revere, why don't you just restate your motion so everybody knows exactly what it is?
Thank you once again. The motion that's before us is simply to refer agenda items 10 and 11, the election of the committee chair and vice chair respectively, to our next regular meeting in June.
Okay, further discussion? I see none. So I guess in this format of all the rest of them, I'll assume this was unanimous unless somebody puts their hand up. So, okay, well, thanks. I didn't mean this to be something that delayed us from getting closed, but I do appreciate you your support, and certainly given us all an opportunity to work together for at least another month or two here is good. I thank you for that. So I guess that then brings us to the reports. I think we've lost Captain Donahue. So Mr. Verbeek, do you have anything to report on with regard to license review?
I don't. Captain Donahue wanted me to let you know she had no major things to report to you.
Oh, okay. All right. So then the last item is the concurrent use Class B retailer license for, oh, wait a while. No, Wilmore, we already did that one. So I guess we're done. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. Chair, you have a hand up from Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
I will move adjournment, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Mr. Grady seconds that. Okay. I will assume you're all in favor. So we are adjourned.